So, welcome to the second session, afternoon of the 24th of May, the 5th Metahuman Futures Forum. And it's my pleasure to introduce once more in the forum Ioanna Stamati, who is a PhD candidate at the university, at the Aegean, and also research member of the group of researchers for the Bodynet Horos project. So, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah. Okay, so let me just sit for that. It's not good for. In a world shaped by climate collapse and technological dystopia, South Korean television dramas have evolved beyond entertainment to critically engage with global crisis. Expanding into horror, speculative fiction, and dystopia, recent K-dramas explore themes of ecological decay, artificial intelligence, and human fragility. These narratives have challenged dominant ideas of progress and human centrality, aligning with posthumanist thought. By reflecting on the Anthropocene anxieties and imagining alternative futures, K-dramas offer therapeutic and critical insights. This paper examines their role in shaping post-human and ecological discourse, positioning them as vital cultural agents in the transhuman age. So, how to... I don't know. Is it working?
Yeah, as long as we keep the... Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to go back to the other, we bring it like this.
Okay. These are the basic titles of the slides. So if you get bored, I know it's stuck coming back after lunch. I will introduce you to the research questions, followed by the theoretical framework and methodological. And then we have the findings focusing on K-dramas in the 21st century anxieties, surveillance, artificial intelligence, and the post-human crisis, posthumanism and sociopolitical critique in K-dramas, and resistance, emotion, and global resonance, and of course, conclusions. So, what exactly am I looking for here? In what ways do K-dramas narrativize contemporary ecological and technological anxieties? Do these narratives offer resistance to anthropocentric crisis models or reinforce the existing paradigms? And how are emotional structures and aesthetic strategies deployed to engage audiences in speculative ethical reflections? So, the study employs a qualitative interpretive approach rooted in critical media studies and posthumanist cultural theory, analyzing South Korean television dramas as cultural texts that both reflect and reimagine ecological and technological crises. Using closed textual analysis, including repeated viewings, close reading, and critical discourse analysis, the research focuses on narrative structure affecting pacing and visual design in three international visible series: Sweet Home, DP, and Memories of Alhambra. The analysis is formed by intersecting theoretical frameworks like posthumanism and transhumanism, descending the human, foregrounding entanglement with technology, nature, and systemic degradation. Metahumanism now values bodily fluidity, mutation, and ethical uncertainty over stability or perfection. And affect theory guides the reading of emotional rhythms in the horror and speculative fiction. And of course, we have the Korean wave media studies that contextualize the narrative specificity and global circulation of K-dramas. Together, these frameworks position K-dramas as speculative cultural laboratories, where post-human, degraded, and hybrid identities dramatize existential anxieties and offer imaginative responses to the crisis of the transhuman age. Yeah. South Korean dramas have emerged as more than entertainment. They are critical cultural texts that reflect ecological and technological anxieties shaping the 21st century. As the climate crisis intensifies and artificial intelligence technologies evolve rapidly, K-dramas use speculative storytelling to interrogate human agency, environmental collapse, and post-human futures. Environmental horror in K-dramas dramatizes ecological degradation and species extinction through genre-blurring narratives. In The Silent Sea, for example, Earth's water is nearly depleted, and a lunar mission exposes the dangers of techno-solutionism and ecological hybris. The moon becomes a sterile mirror of Earth, echoing Bredotti's call to reconcile the human as embedded with planetary systems. The show critiques the illusion of control and portrays post-human fragility and environmental collapse. Sweet Home mutate into monsters, reflecting the inner traumas. The apartment uses body monstrosity to see how the humanistic ideals collapse as residents complex becomes a silly microcosm of ecological isolation. The grotesque transformation visualizes Jaime Del Valle's metahumanism, where bodies exceed from fixed identities and a body systemic breakdown. Horror here is internal, emerging from anthropocentric desire and emotional overload. Meanwhile, Jiri-san presents a more grounded ecological vision. Following park rangers in a sacred mountain region, the series blends mystery with environmental realism. Natural disasters, landslides, fires, suggest climate instability, yet nature is not an antagonist but a powerful, ambivalent force. Echoing Haraway's concept of staying with the trouble, Jiri-san shows humans not as masters of nature, but as vulnerable participants in its rhythms. These dramas offer more than fear. They present what Bredotti calls affirmative ethics, pushing viewers to consider new ways of living amid collapse. Korean media, shaped by histories of trauma and rapid modernization, reframes ecological crisis as part of ongoing systems of exploitation. Emotional and sensory engagement, not didacticism, makes these stories powerful tools for ecological reflection. Parallel to environmental horror, K-dramas also confront fears surrounding artificial intelligence and surveillance capitalism. Are You Human Too? Questions the boundaries between emotional intelligence and artificial life. An android created to replace a comatose heir develops empathy and ethical depth, challenging the assumptions about what constitutes humanity. Bretotti's posthumanism is evident here. The android is not a threat, but a speculative subjectivity that transcends binaries of human and machine. My Hololove depends the inquiry. A woman's bond with holographic assistant exposes the emotional labor outsourced to artificial intelligence. The story resonates. The story tackles concerns about emotional dislocation in digital societies as intimacy becomes code mediated. Rather than villainizing artificial intelligence, the show critiques our dependence on algorithmic surrogates for connection and care. Dramas like Watcher and Vigilante explore surveillance as tool of systematic control. CCTV, facial recognition, and data analytics are depicted not as neutral technologies but as enforcers of institutional power, echoing Zubov's critique of surveillance capitalism. Technology here becomes a metaphor for capital, unfeeling, relentless, and optimized control. Sisyphus the myth dramatizes the recursive dangers of unchecked innovation. A tech genius creates tools that spark dystopian futures governed by artificial intelligence, echoing again Delval's idea of metahuman crisis, a feedback loop where the desire to transcend humanity produces new forms of collapse and domination. These dramas also foreground gender politics. In My Hollow Love, the male coded artificial intelligence performs traditionally feminized emotional labor, raising questions about artificial intelligence's role in reinforcing or reconfiguring gender norms. Haraway and Bredotti envision posthuman subjectivities as spaces to rethink kinship and embodiment potentials this series cautiously explore. Visually, these narratives employ code aesthetics, digital interfaces, and surveillance imagery to underscore alienation. The viewer becomes complicit in systems of control, watching characters be watched. Yet, even within dystopia, affective resistance emerges. Emotional vulnerability, love, and memory offer counterpoints to technocratic domination. Posthumanism and sociopolitical critique in K-dramas. K-dramas gain global traction. Their role is exploring sociopolitical, environmental, and technological tensions, and they become increasingly significant. Shows like DP, Sweet Home, and Memories of Alhambra depict post-human identities that challenge traditional boundaries between human and non-human, nature and machine, reflecting ethical concerns around technological immersion, ecological collapse, and shifting human subjectivity. Sweet Home confronts environmental degradation through monstrous bodily mutations that symbolize humanity's entanglement with ecological collapse. In Memories of the Alhambra, virtual reality destabilizes physical identity, raising ethical questions about technological dependence. Both dramas depict a future where human bodies are shaped by forces beyond their control, underscoring fears about environmental ruin and unchecked innovation. These dramas also critique humanist ideals. DP exposes how institutional violence and rigid power structures devalue life, particularly within military contexts. Sweet Home questions stable identity, showing how transformation undermines the humanistic belief in a coherent sovereign self. Both suggest that new ethical models are needed in an era of environmental and technological disruption. Despite bleak conditions, these stories offer pathways to adaptation and resistance. Sweet Home portrays transformation as a metaphor for resilience, while DP presents characters who defy dehumanizing systems. Rather than depicting posthumanism as pure loss or metahumanism as pure gain, this narrative suggests it can foster new forms of care, solidarity, and subjectivity. K-dramas stand out globally for their emotional pacing, which contrasts with rapid, plot-driven structure of Western media. This slower rhythm, rooted in Korean melodrama, allows viewers to engage deeply with characters' internal crises. As critics like Bellman and Kim argue, this emotional temporality fosters empathy and supports complex themes such as drama, identity, and ethical ambiguity, central to the post-human storytelling. By resisting fast-paced media norms, K-dramas promote a contemplative mode of engagement. This temporal shift reflects a form of aesthetic posthumanism, privileging vulnerability, affect, and rationality over speed and spectacle. International audiences respond to emotional depth, finding resonance across cultural lines. In doing so, sorry, I forgot to. uh, in doing so, K-dramas redefines speculative fiction as a space for ethical reflection and global solidarity. K-dramas and horror fiction, in conclusion, viewed through the lenses of posthumanism, transhumanism, and metahumanism, function as cultural laboratories for exploring existential threats, social fragmentation, and technological trauma. Far from mere entertainment, they challenge anthropocentric narratives and propose basically alternative affect-rich storytelling modes suited for the crisis of the transhuman age. This paper has shown some dramas combine speculative elements with unique narrative structure, such as slow pacing and emotional intensity, to reflect on environmental collapse, systemic violence, and the destabilization of the human subject. Rather than offering heroic arcs or neat solutions, these dramas present fractured protagonists navigating ethical dilemmas, bodily transformation, and affective rupture. Drawing on theories like Predotti and Delval, these narratives critique human exceptionalism and embrace hybridity, mutation, and vulnerability as sides of ethical potential. In contrast to the Western spectacles of collapse, K-dramas often internalize dystopia, embedding in relationships trauma and emotional resilience. They suggest that survival may not come through restoration, but through rethinking what it means to live in an entangled, unstable world. Ultimately, K-dramas and horror fiction emerge as powerful speculative tools, not just reflecting the crisis of climate change and technological saturation, but actively shaping how we might feel, think, and act in response. Future research might explore how global audiences engage with these narratives, expanding our understanding of posthumanism across diverse cultural and geopolitical contexts. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's open up for debate. Have you traveled to Korea, lived there, experienced how people behave and relate and connect with their bodies in
Not
urban
yet.
environments and so on and so forth?
Not yet. I would love to, and I think I only have right now one fraction of the reality of Korean culture. However, due to their religion status, basically, the almost no more than 50% of Korea don't are atheists. Plus, we can see Confucianism slash Buddhist kind of heritage in thinking. I believe it's, let's just say, they have the middle ground between technological dystopia and a key solution part for our current situation and problems. They are mixed. Their ethics are different, and it's why I research this topic. because I don't really understand how they can connect with all this technology and have this ethics also. So it's really an ongoing research, to be honest.
I was going to ask, because you were also focusing on another Korean movement, the 4B movement.
Yes.
So you find there's really something unique there that is driving you.
Yes, and we can see all the problems that we are talking today. We can see them there, but they also are victims of those conglomerates, Samsung, LG. So I really want to see the middle ground, how the culture is there to reflect and come up with a conclusion on the 4B movement and so on.
Have you seen elements of the demographic crisis of Korea?
You're talking about the 4B movement?
No, it's like the aging population in Korea is
dropping.
Yeah, well, the aging population is growing, so the younger
Yes.
generations. And it's also like Korea is very single ethnically dense.
Yes.
So they're not very open to migration.
No, they are. They are. If you pay close attention to Europe and Latin America, they are migrating. Basically, the last generation migrated. Now it's a little bit different. However, the 4B movement is part of the demographic problem. And that's why we don't really understand exactly what is going on the middle ground. Yeah.
But, sorry, is this portrayed in the dramas that you're showing? Or like,
Not exactly. Not like the 4B movement is not exactly portrayed, but yeah, the demographic problem and basically the problem with the capitalistic issue, basically, because everything in Seoul is becoming more expensive. Yes, that's part of the narrative on most social and I can say romantic / comedy genre. However, the 4B movement, I have followed the bibliography. However, I didn't see the exact solution or landscape, the image on the issue. But on this aspect, on the horror fiction aspect, I found recently that the narrative, the genre grew because the productions used artificial intelligence, and it showed that this genre has a lot of potential to grow. So they went from movies to dramas in this direction. So I don't. It's again the middle ground in between transhumanism and posthumanism, critical posthumanism. However, again, it's something to look into. It's not. I don't know how to explain it.
Small comment. I wonder. I would see. I wonder if we can change our kind of traditional attitude to the population issue and maybe reverse and see that a lowering of the rates is not a problem. It's something urgently needed, and that the actual problem is population growth. That is the massive problem, one of the massive problems, right? So not that maybe you don't have an answer now, but I wonder, given the 4B movement and so forth and the things you were portraying, whether Korea might be a country that is will be able to embrace its lowering rates of population in a positive manner without seeing that as a problem and realizing that the population growth is the massive problem?
Maybe. You wanted to tell him something.
Can I say something?
Sorry. Alexandra, sorry.
No, I just would like to push forward this what is being talked, because I'm wondering why it is Korea, as you think, that is taking up on these topics. Why this K-drama drama are these cultural laboratories for exploring these narratives of crisis? Why this is happening there? How you can relate it to this kind of cultural background? And also, yes, I'm thinking about its further performative effect, that you are also claiming that they are shaping how we feel, think, and act. Yes, and so I would like to ask about this kind of extent of the impact, and by the way, to ask where I can watch them.
Okay, first of all, I think we're going back on the first aspect of the question. I think we're going back to the middle ground where Korea is one of the fastest growing industrial cultures in Asia. And then you have all of this culture about how to experience nature, ethics, family, and so on. So they have honorifics for every title. So it's something to really, they respect one another in a way. Tell me again the second part, sorry.
The second one was asking about its further impact, how you see that it can, shape our thinking and our actions, and how much it is kind of also manipulation from media, how much it is the kind of positive impact, how much it is really impacting also, or it is just a small trend that has got its audience. So I would like to
Yes.
look deeper into this impact issue.
I think the starter point is that Korean wave is an international wave right now. They pushed on this due to funding, Netflix, and so on. However, it caught on with many people across the world because they reflect on our issues, and they make you kind of forget these issues at the same time, these narratives, comedy and romance for the most part. And the impact comes from the directors and the production standpoint, because they have shorter episodes, shorter seasons, 10 to 16 episodes, and they usually don't go for a second or third season. However, they are much larger in episodes. Like you can see episodes from 60 to 90 minutes, and that allows the director to actually experiment with the frames. You can see and feel how the characters are feeling, basically immersion. So this kind of is a bliss point. Like it's the perfect combination to actually make you obsess with these narratives and explore every trauma you have, because we all have traumas concerning the industrial standpoint and how we have to survive in this environment. And that's, I think you had a third aspect.
No, just so that I can find them on Netflix, yes?
Yeah, you can get many K-dramas on Netflix because that's the platform that really boosts K-dramas in the national level. However, I would say to look beyond if this is possible. Yes.
Hello. I would like to ask you, do you believe that the balance between ethics and technology that you researching in a way, it's maybe supported by their traditions and their the mythic elements
Yes.
they try to reinstate sometimes from their dramas?
Yes. I believe the mythological element of Korean culture, and not only Korean culture, like many mythological elements that we see in K-dramas are often part of the whole Asia context. But due to, again, we're going back to Buddhism, Confucianism, they are part of an embedded context with those two elements and maybe more that really is the way they're viewing the world in a way. And that's the beautiful part of exploring another paradigm almost, because that's for us, for the West, like we are Westerners here, we don't really understand how they think and work and live on this context. And that's why we're going back to your question, your comment about living in Korea.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of like thinking about something that a very close friend of mine who toured as a dancer in Korea. I mean, it's a little bit of an anecdote, but it maybe raises questions. How she found her relationship with the dancers extremely difficult, in the sense that she found out that they absolutely, even in like very close social meetings, they absolutely avoid any comment on their emotional states. On one hand, another anecdote about going out to drink. They all got completely drunk out of their minds in about 10 minutes and boop, flew away on their subways without any discussion, any continuation of anything. So all the things that she was telling me was full of these anecdotes, and she was wondering, and it's my question, what can be the relationship to one's body in that situation? And perhaps these are just questions. It leads, comes somehow, dotted points, to dramas of this kind. Do you see my question?
Yes, I see your question. Medically speaking, I found that, and maybe I'm wrong, that most of the times when it comes to colds and stuff that we go through every day, they want to actually include nature in their way of healing. They don't want to go to a hospital or stuff like that. However, on the body aspect, like how they work with their bodies, I don't believe they listened to their bodies, because if you pay close attention, that Korea has explosive rates of killing, suicides. Yes. So whatever they go through every day, in the work environment, home, they don't talk about it. You're absolutely right. And this increases suicides. In a way, they have this bridge in Seoul where they, for some reason, it comes back to urban theory. They go there to end their lives. So it's something. they're drowning themselves metaphorically and literally. I believe they want more care and love, and we have to find that in their ethics and how they see the world, and less technology and conglomerates, basically. Yeah.
Just one more comment. I was once in Seoul in South Korea just for a week and for a conference, so there is no much experience. But there was one thing that was called my attention, especially in this aspect that you are talking now about the kind of distancing from the others, although trying to reach out. So like from one side, I was living on the outskirts close to the university, so it was just a walk through the woods to the temple. But the other side, when I was walking the streets, every 200 meters there was a big shop with cosmetics.
Yeah.
And no, it was like basics. It was 200 meters, and you have big shop of making yourself as beautiful as possible. And it was kind of astonishing because the extent to which it was present, yes, not the care, but the making of the facade, yes, was seemed so important, yes, from one side.
It's very important, and I believe it's in the anxieties of looking well in order to get a job, in order to get a successful social life, and something that caught my eye also to wrap this up. If you pay attention, most of on the dramas, they on the workplace, they do their hair different than going out or being at the house. Basically, for me, I can go in Korea like that. I have to wrap up my hair or straighten it or something like that in order to be socially accepted. And that's why I'm saying they don't listen to their bodies. They don't listen when they have to stop and seek for help or something like that, because that's forbidden. That's the care we have to integrate and also take something out of this culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. So now it's my great pleasure to introduce Rimona Afana. If you're there, Rimona, and you want to get ready with your camera, sorry about slight delay, but we take your slow forum time. I wait for you to, okay. So I will bring you in. Rimona Afana is a Romanian-Palestinian researcher, lecturer, activist, and multimedia artist, researching all crimes against humanity, crimes against nature, against
I don't really hear you, Jaime, so I'm not sure if like the microphone is off or like do you all hear me? Oh, now I hear
We
you.
hear you. Yeah.
Okay. May I start now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. So thanking everyone for joining me and us today, and grateful to organizers for having me partake in this event. I knew I'd be in good company when months ago I saw the call for proposals, culminating with the quote, "This is a Holocaust-free vegan event." Sadly, we have so many supposedly progressive events where lectures and lecturers' everyday choices remain totally disconnected. We get sermons on environmental destruction, on human and non-human rights, while remaining complicit in violence through our taste buds and in many other ways, of course. So thank you for choosing to design this event in such a way that our words are also connected to our lunch breaks, even if I'm not there with you. So I'll be sharing today parts of my article, Individuals versus Species, a critique of environmental laws focused on biodiversity. It was published last year in Environmental Rights Review. It's an environmental law journal which had a special issue on animal rights. My paper explores the tension in environmental law between conserving species and protecting individual animals. I show how environmental conventions embrace this species-centric approach, which permits crimes against billions of individual animals, and why an individual-centered framework is preferable, but challenging, practically and ethically. My hope with this project was to identify how environmental law can adopt a more honest and compassionate approach to non-humans and nature, and how environmental law, which is focused on the macro, that is ecosystems, can be reconciled with animal rights law, focused on the micro, that is individual animals. Most joining us today are probably not lawyers or legal theorists, but I believe that the law matters to us all because it shapes our everyday, and often it doesn't shape life in the most fortunate ways. Also, biodiversity is part of mainstream discourse, so we need to understand its nuances. Today I don't have presentation slides, I will just be following my notes. So the first part of my paper covers the species-centric approach in international environmental law. As we all know, we are amid a sixth mass extinction driven by human interventions and also many aggravating non-interventions. Numerous interrelated factors harm nature and non-humans, such as climate change, land, water, and air pollution, industrial animal farming, wildlife trade, logging, mining, residential and industrial so-called development, and many other factors. With now over 1 million animal and plant species threatened with extinction, the policy concern for protecting species is understandable. However, this comes often at the expense of individuals. So I believe we need to critically examine our attachment to biodiversity and to understand the hierarchies and trade-offs it rests on. Environmental law focuses on species conservation while disregarding the suffering of individual animals. In environmental law conventions, we saw nature often appearing as an abstraction. The lives making up nature are often rendered invisible. We speak about nature, but we're not specific about the lives we're harming or trying to protect. Legal frameworks for mitigating climate change, for sustainable development, for biodiversity and conservation, and for addressing other environmental concerns theoretically benefit all lives, now and intergenerationally, human and non-human lives. However, solutions to the severe impact of human activities on individual sentient non-humans are typically absent in environmental laws, and that allows crimes to continue unabated. The focus on species in environmental law is often tied to the biodiversity discourse. Though biodiversity covers a wide range of beings and ecological processes, environmental law centers typically only on species, particularly the number of species, and limited to animals and plants, thus excluding fungi, bacteria, viruses, and other forms of life, which are also, of course, part of biodiversity. For me, the primary harm of this species-centric approach is how it obscures the suffering of individuals. And in my paper, I examine several conventions at the intersection of environmental law and animal law to document this species-centric approach. And I will now just summarize some of the main conventions I'm looking at. I start with the 1973 International Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, also known as the CITES Convention. That is the core international treaty regulating wildlife trade, a sector which victimizes billions of animals every year and which includes both legal and illegal forms. CITES stipulates protections against overexploitation for 41,000 species of animals and plants, and under CITES, international trade in these specimens is subjected to a licensing system. The words overexploitation and specimens are emblematic of the anthropocentric nature of environmental law. Exploitation is tolerated, only overexploitation falls under the convention, and sentient beings are treated as, quote, specimens, only representative of their species, not individuals with distinct lives worthy of rights. The convention's text shows us non-human lives have little intrinsic value. They are only resources instrumentalized across different commercial sectors. Therefore, CITES seeks to ensure sustainable trade, not to protect animals from the horrors of trade. Billions of wild animals subjected to trade live and die suffering. They are abducted from their habitats, displaced, confined, exploited, tortured, injured, maimed, and ultimately, of course, killed in the food or clothing industry, in laboratories, in zoos, aquariums, circuses, private homes, and so on. These are sentient beings whose suffering is a stain on our conscience. Significant here for me is also the misleading distinction between legal and illegal wildlife trade, because the species-centric approach creates an artificial double standard. It allows crimes against most wild animals whose species is not of concern, while prohibiting or limiting trade in other species considered endangered. But the legal status of criminal sectors like wildlife trade does not make the crime more tolerable for non-human victims or the actions of human beneficiaries less unethical, because animals don't feel any better if they are legally tortured and killed. They still suffer. So for a morally consistent approach, I believe we need to treat both legal and illegal trade in sentient wild animals as criminal. Next, I look at the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, also known as the Biodiversity Deal, which also attests this species-centric approach. The Biodiversity Deal was adopted in 2022, and it was hailed as a historic landmark, targeting, quote, a world living in harmony with nature by 2050. As many other legal frameworks supposedly protecting nature, the Biodiversity Deal only provides symptomatic relief. The kind of so-called harmony targeted here is the same extractive and criminal reports to nature characterizing our lives today, with a few cosmetic changes meant to make us feel better, such as offering minimal protections to small segments of nature, but not addressing the root causes of environmental destruction and non-human suffering, which we all know are the commercial sectors which profit from harming nature and animals. Nowhere in the framework's text do we find references to animal rights. Also absent is any critical engagement with industrial animal farming or wildlife trade, which are core threats to biodiversity, while also causing suffering to billions of individual sentient animals. When mentioning trade in wild species, the Biodiversity Deal only targets the, quote, sustainability and legality of trade and warns against overexploitation. That, just as the earlier discussed CITES, allows animal abuse. The Biodiversity Deal offers no solution for reconciling its anthropocentric ethos, which normalizes commercial sectors harming or exterminating parts of nature, with supposed environmental rights. The treaty is rooted in a human rights approach in which nature remains property. Environmental law is thus subordinated to anthropocentric agendas. So legally and ethically, I see a gap between the practical ramifications of the convention and its aspirational rhetoric. Next, I look at the High Seas Treaty, another environmental law framework rooted in the species-centric approach. The Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, the BBNJ, also known as the High Seas Treaty. It was developed under the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas and adopted in 2023. It addresses some of the major harms now affecting the ocean, such as climate change, pollution, ecosystem degradation, biodiversity loss, unsustainable extraction, and inequitable sharing of benefits. The so-called high seas, or international waters, are masses of salt water which are not under the jurisdiction of any state. The high seas include nearly two-thirds of the ocean's surface and constitute almost 95% of the planet's total habitat by volume. So the high seas are home to trillions of sentient beings, yet the convention shows little concern for them. The treaty covers four main areas: marine genetic resources and the equitable sharing of benefits, area-based management tools, marine protected areas, environmental impact assessments, capacity building, and the transfer of marine technology. The treaty's objective is, quote, the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. So basically, it focuses on the technicalities of extraction, given the economic value of marine resources used in food, energy, pharmaceuticals, and other sectors of the so-called blue economy. Among the 14 principles guiding the BBNJ, none recognize the value and rights of non-humans. So animate and inanimate parts of the ocean are treated as mere resources. They are only protected to guarantee their continued use by humans. The treaty's concern for animals is limited to creating marine protected areas, thus protecting a few species, which leaves most non-human lives in the ocean outside its mandate. The High Seas Treaty is therefore anthropocentric, conservative, and disconnected from today's critical scholarship and advocacy on ocean matters. Next, I look at the Endangered Species Act. Because the species-centric approach also dominates national and regional environmental laws, with a few or no protections extended to individual animals whose species is not of concern. So one example of this is the 1973 Endangered Species Act, which is the core legal framework protecting biodiversity in the US. Despite its mandate to protect non-humans, its implementation remains deficient. Many threatened or endangered species enjoy no protections at all, given authorities' long delays in listing them. And absurdly, since listing species under ESA is a lengthy legal process, many animals actually risk extinction by the time they are finally listed. So far, almost 50 species have gone extinct while waiting to be listed. There are many other problems with the Endangered Species Act, which I document in my paper. And another aspect worth noting here, which I found quite fascinating but also absurd and tragic, is that, for instance, the endangered species like the oblong rock snail could enjoy protections under the Endangered Species Act, while non-threatened animals with complex sentience, and thus whose suffering I believe should matter more, continue to be legally confined, tortured, murdered, and so on. It felt strange to me that a snail could be protected, but we are allowed to continue torturing and murdering monkeys in labs or cows in farms. The Endangered Species Act is not the only national or regional conservation framework with deficient animal rights or welfare provisions, and with a range of bureaucratic obstacles. For instance, also the Berne Convention on the Conservation of European Wildlife and Natural Habitats also shows limitations similar to CITES and the Endangered Species Act, allowing the abuse of most animals while protecting a few. And that is pretty much the core of environmental law. The next section of my paper is called The Necropolitics of Biodiversity and Conservation. So when discussing the species-centric approach of environmental law, I find it significant to understand the necropolitics of biodiversity and conservation. Necropolitics is a concept introduced by post-colonial theorist Achille Mbembe, and it sheds light on how those in power dictate death, killing, and dying. I find this concept relevant here because the killing of some animals for theoretically protecting others is paradoxically central to the conservation and biodiversity regime. Since in current environmental laws, individuals of a species are seen as interchangeable and only of concern if the species is endangered, killing individuals appears normal and even necessary if those individuals interfere with a vulnerable species. And wildlife management, for instance, shows this double standard typical in environmental law: protections afforded to some murder delivered to others. For instance, yearly the US Wildlife Services kill over 2 million wild animals to supposedly protect humans as well as wild and domesticated animals. They kill them often with inhumane killing methods and costing taxpayers over $100 million every year. Another example of species-centric necropolitics is the killing of the crown of thorns starfish, which is a venomous coral-eating starfish, which contributes to increasing coral diversity because it feeds on the fastest-growing corals, which encourages slower-growing species to grow. But in recent years, the starfish has been considered responsible for coral cowfare decline and treated as an invasive, treated as a predator and as a pest. So the starfish was rendered by scientists and lawmakers in Australia as a killable species and killed with a robot trained to administer lethal injections. One other example of individuals of a species killed to protect another species is the North American ruddy duck, which in Spain, the UK, and other European countries has been designated as invasive and has been subjected to culling. Due to the danger of interbreeding with the endangered native white-headed duck, the ruddy duck has been for years subjected to a controversial extermination program. And these examples attest how paradoxically in environmental law, death or killing are central to protecting life. Invasive animal species is perhaps the most difficult and to me the most fascinating area at the intersection between environmental law and animal law. Because invasive animal species raise a range of practical and ethical issues, given the tension between, on the one hand, the damage they cause, which often comes with a need to eradicate them, and on the other hand, the duty to consider their sentience and to treat them humanely. So our decisions on who matters and why are shaped, of course, by anthropocentric utilitarian considerations. The extermination methods used against so-called invaders inflict significant suffering. And here again, we see the tension between protecting species, those negatively impacted by the invasive species, and protecting individuals of that invasive species, which are often brutally murdered. And this embodies the tension between environmental law and animal rights law. Next, I explore why individuals matter. So the primary consideration for transcending the species-centric approach is valuing sentience, which we all know is the capacity for suffering of individual non-human victims. The pleasures felt by animals matter too, but I believe that ethically and legally our main duty is to refrain from causing suffering to another sentient being. Like humans, many non-humans instinctively seek safety, comfort, freedom, autonomy, and connection. They feel pain, they feel fear, stress, they avoid harms to their bodily and psychological integrity. So whether harmed directly by sectors reliant on animal abuse, like industrial animal farming or wildlife trade, or harmed indirectly by climate change, or by so-called development, which wipes out entire habitats, trillions of sentient non-humans today suffer from heat, from cold, hunger, dehydration, illness, displacement, torture, captivity, and ultimately killing. When we value sentience, we start seeing non-human animals not primarily as species, but as individuals with distinct physical characteristics and different personalities, with an innate drive to survive and to avoid suffering, and with distinct needs, so with intrinsic value. And of course, theoretically, that intrinsic value should lead to the conclusion that we should not harm them. That, however, is not the case, unfortunately. And one of the problems here is that the principles and priorities between environmental law and animal rights law are different and sometimes at odds. Most environmentalists typically focus on ecosystems, on species conservation, and on human health, whereas animal defenders care about the welfare and rights of individual non-humans. Instead of a species-centric approach, in my paper, I argue why we should come up with better criteria for determining rights, particularly when it comes to wild animals. And my proposed criteria are the following. 1, how the animal experiences suffering physically and psychologically in the context of its use and abuse. 2, how its abduction, confinement, torture, and killing impact other individuals of its species, now and intergenerationally. 3, how its removal from its habitat impacts other beings, microscopic and macroscopic, so an ecosystem perspective. My criteria are, of course, not easy to assess, so embracing an expansive approach to the nexus between environmental law and animal rights law ties animal rights to our ignorance, because we still know so little about the needs, joys, and pains of non-human animals. Only a very small part of the world's biodiversity is known. So we know very little about species, and of course we know even less about the immense variability of individuals. And these layers of ignorance, or let's say opacity, challenge animal rights frameworks centered on sentience or on capacities. So to share a bit about each of these criteria, my first criterion involves determining the intensity and duration of the animal's physical and psychological suffering. Given our limited grasp of sentience when it comes to most animals, this is challenging, if not impossible, to assess, because some animals are very well studied while most others are not. So premising rights on sentience risks replicating the speciesism which now defines our treatment of non-human animals. However, I believe that even if we miss offering protections to species we know little about, we can still better protect the species we know enough about when it comes to their capacity to suffer. And the reality is that many animals now facing horrific crimes are well known to have complex sentience. Even if their abuse does not threaten the survival of their species, these individuals suffer when trapped in murderous sectors like animal farming or wildlife trade, or when harmed indirectly by climate change or development projects. So I believe that even if offering enhanced protections to a few species does discriminate, leaving many others harmed, this individual-centered approach can still reduce suffering for billions of individuals known to suffer right now. My second criterion is evaluating how animal abuse impacts other individuals of its species. So in most environmental laws, norms seek to protect the survival of species. Here my focus is still on individual animal rights, but at the species level. Why is that? Because while the species may not be threatened with extinction, members of the species can still experience physical and psychological suffering as a result of the individual's killing, displacement, torture, and so on. And this, of course, may be more pronounced in social animals, where bonds between family members matter more to the individual. One example is grief. Grief is a complex emotional, mental, and physical state, which is not experienced only by humans. Many non-human animals themselves experience grief, and some have also some understanding of death, their own death and that of other animals. So the abduction, confinement, torture, and killing of wild animals impacts other members of its species, those living now and intergenerationally. In recent years, in environmental law debates, we come across the intergenerational rights component, but that is almost always limited to human rights, intergenerational human rights. So I include here also the rights of non-human future generations. That should matter too. My third criterion considers how the removal of an animal from its habitat impacts other lives, macroscopic and microscopic, so an ecosystem perspective. And this considers the indirect harm to other beings when harming individual animals. We all know that animals exist in multidirectional, complex ties with their environment. They are shaped by their environment, and they are also reshaping their environment. And sectors like wildlife trade permit harm to not only individual animals, but also to the entire ecosystems they are part of. So considering these complex harms to ecosystems would expand the scope of environmental laws. But as with my prior criteria, assessing complex harms to different beings across space and time is challenging, if not impossible. But even if establishing precise causal relations between environmental harms and ecosystem collapse might not be possible, I believe that using the precautionary principle in cases of unquantifiable yet significant risk remains preferable, because protecting lives, even in the absence of complete knowledge, is better than feeling sorry for the losses when we're facing irreversible damage. Um, Next, I discuss why species is, of course, an anthropocentric construct, um, and why considerations on a species' status do not simply reflect biological facts, but are shaped by evaluations of how a being serves human needs. Because probably we all like resonate with protecting exotic, visually appealing species, but I wonder if would mosquitoes, fleas, cockroaches, termites, rats, and so on, and other so-called pests, would they enjoy similar protections if their species turned threatened one day? When we think of pests, the ideal trajectory of their life is premature death. To most people, for instance, a rat is not an individual, but merely a representative of an undesirable species. So the concept of biodiversity is a very self-serving construct. It's shaped by how other lives serve our needs and wants. In some cases, life and biodiversity are valued and protected, and in many other cases, they are not. Also, the legal regime of biodiversity is shaped by colonial legacies and current neo-colonial structures. Because most biodiversity is located in tropical and subtropical regions, biodiversity hotspots like Central and South America, Sub-Saharan Africa, South and Southeast Asia, which are the most biodiverse places on Earth. By contrast, environmental law agendas are primarily shaped by northern, western states, which of course have a history of colonizing or occupying many of these biodiverse regions, and which of course still have some incentives to continue profiting from these sites by either monetizing biodiversity for biomedical or entertainment and recreation purposes, or by wiping out entire habitats to make room for more profitable so-called development projects like roads, residential and industrial buildings, animal agriculture also, and others. So for an honest path forward, I believe we need to determine why certain species matter and why others don't, who decides this, and who, human and non-human, is worse impacted by environmental agendas. How much time do I still have? I wonder if I can still cover a bit from the last section of my paper.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can take a little bit more time if you wish.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll take, I think, another 6-7 minutes to cover the last section. So the last section of my paper is called Criminalizing Crimes. And here I show how our crimes against non-human animals are driven by psychological, cultural, economic, and legal factors, which all normalize crime and impunity. We are conditioned to not see and to remain complicit through psychological mechanisms and governance approaches which conceal and justify our harmful acts. Research in psychology, particularly system justification theory, has shown that people develop conscious and unconscious patterns to justify existing social arrangements they benefit from. And thus, we all rationalize harm, crime, and complicity when it serves us. As many other cosmetic approaches to crime, the species-centric framework in environmental law serves a palliative function. It makes us feel better about our crimes against nature by telling ourselves that protecting species compensates for crimes against countless individuals. Non-criminalized criminality remains therefore the norm in our treatment of non-humans, and sectors like industrial animal farming and wildlife trade are the main organized forms through which we confine, exploit, torture, and massacre non-human animals. As shown in some of my prior research, these criminal sectors should be treated as a continuum between genocide and ecocide, not as normal, necessary, and legal economies. Current laws, however, allow these crimes. Genocide still holds the title of crime of all crimes, but it rests on a very narrow notion of annihilation, which excludes non-humans, while ongoing ecocides remain non-criminalized. Another legal category which I find applicable to the harms inflicted on non-human animals is torture. And here again, the law denies sentient non-humans the protections they should enjoy. The UN Convention Against Torture only covers humans, and even for humans, the definition of torture is narrow and shallow, thus leaving uncriminalized many torturous practices. And though most countries have some anti-cruelty laws, these cover a very limited portion of what constitutes torture against animals. For instance, as shown in my prior work on animal captivity, confinement produces severe physical and psychological damage to sentient animals. However, it's not considered torture, though its effects on both humans and many sentient non-humans are very similar to those of other forms of torture. The law matters because it's shaped by what we consider normal, and it also determines what we normalize. And now I believe we remain trapped in a vicious circle. Our beliefs and habits shape anthropocentric laws. And these laws, in turn, allow industries and lifestyles reliant on animal abuse. The species-centric approach in environmental conventions shows the need to coordination between environmental law and animal rights law. Environmental law needs to embrace a more critical and compassionate approach to non-human animals, while animal rights law needs to integrate broader environmental concerns. Humans and in many ways similar to some non-humans in needs and in our capacity to suffer. And given these similarities, we should also acknowledge the necessity for similar rights. For instance, when we think of human rights, they are both individual and collective. The rights of a group are usually an extension of the intrinsic value and rights of the individual. So it would not sound reasonable to only respect individual human rights if and when the human species is threatened with extinction. Similarly, we cannot claim that if the human species is safe, we are entitled to derogate from fundamental individual rights. So I believe a similar principle can be extended to sentient animals. Individual and collective rights can be conceptualized and implemented as a unit, not as a trade-off, only protecting individual rights if the species is threatened with extinction, and conversely allowing countless crimes if the species is fine. So I believe that understanding the similarities between crimes against humans and non-humans can create compassion and solidarity, because the problem today is that even those concerned with justice are marked by moral inconsistency. We see many human rights scholars and activists who choose to remain complicit in crimes against non-human animals. And in turn, some of those committed to non-human rights are not as dedicated to human rights. And we see that, there are plenty of examples, but a current one is animal defenders who have never mentioned the horrors in Gaza, not even once. And the other way around, a lot of human rights activists who still have dead animal bodies on their plates. This can be challenged by critical voices in scholarship, activism, litigation, and legislation to create bridges between environmental law, animal rights law, human rights law, and criminal law. Of course, it will take generations to criminalize sectors profiting from crimes against animals, but people's minds and hearts are changing, and we see that in the multiple wins for animal rights in recent years in different countries. So to sum it up, the species-centric approach, which defines environmental law, is not ethical nor sustainable, because it normalizes crimes against trillions of individual sentient beings. Their physical and psychological suffering from displacement, captivity, torture, and murder is not different from what we humans would experience in similar circumstances. And that should inform how we think of environmental law and of our duties towards individual animals. I believe that a victim-centered approach in law, in scholarship, in advocacy, in everyday life switches focus away from legal technicalities, which do very little to protect non-human animals, to a substantive assessment of non-criminalized crimes, which are horrific and routine in many economic sectors involving animal abuse, and to an honest attempt to address them. Thank you for joining me today. I welcome your comments and questions, and I'll be leaving in the chat box my contact details and my full article. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you said you would send the contacts, you would share them now on screen or just send them later? Okay, well, if you share a screen, I can put it on when you let me know.
I actually just pasted them in the chat box. I'm not sure, like, if you can maybe
wait,
like project it on the screen for
okay,
everyone to see.
well, I could put it on the YouTube chat if that's okay for you. Then it remains there for public. If not,
it's okay,
well, I can
because
share
I'm
it
not.
locally here also.
It's fine because I'm not familiar with StreamYard, so I don't really know right now how to share my screen. Sorry.
Well, I could. Let me see. How do we do this quickly? I mean, if you don't mind this being for the YouTube audience, I can put it in the YouTube chat.
Sure.
Or if not, just the email if you want, or whatever. Well, okay, so I will copy it all and I put it in the other chat. So, okay. So it was copied in the YouTube chat, which can be shown here as well. But yeah, so one and the other in two parts. Great. Well, thanks for bringing in this crucial topic, which for those not so familiar with it is a rising hotspot, which exposes the controversies and deficiencies of the lack of dialogue between environmental and anti-speciesist battles and discourses, right? Which I have been approaching in my own way. I would like just quickly to share with Ramona and others my recent approaches to that, and then what reflections this brings out. Like 2 years ago, I was proposing a lawsuit against 46 states at the European Court of Human Rights because of all of them promoting animal agriculture. And I was drawing on a number of legal discourses going on today, where, for example, in how United Nations recognizes the right to a sane environment, healthy environment is a fundamental human right, and then how there's a rising evidence that without animal welfare and non-human animal health and welfare, there is also no environmental health and no human health. So drawing the inevitable interdependence of all these three elements, I was, well, amongst other arguments involving, of course, the moral issues around non-human suffering, trying to show, well, this inevitable interdependence. Well, this lawsuit didn't go through because the European Court has cut the door to every lawsuit that goes against multiple states last year, following the lawsuit of the 6 Portuguese children that maybe you heard about, Ramona, the Duarte Agostinho case of 6 children against 33 states for climate inaction. This was shut the door, and following this also lawsuits like the one I put. But so I elaborate this issue of human justice in my book, the Onderhakers Part 2, which is about to come out, and there I elaborate a similar argument. But then we get to the critical problem on why there is no dialogue between environmental and anti-speciesist. The answer is simple but complex. It's called human supremacism. And it has to do with the fact that if we understand that the elephant in the room is the actual dominant human expansion on Earth right now, which is the source for all this massive extermination and killing, whereby even if we stop trafficking with wild species, there is massive harm and suffering for wild animals all over the planet. And tragically speaking, the major source for wild animal suffering, for occupation, massive occupation and degradation of ecosystem and mass species extinction is actually the feeding of the holocaust of animals in the farms. So these two elements is being absolutely concomitant. So the major source of wild animal suffering and mass species extinction is actually the whole agriculture and fishing that goes, well, the agriculture going mostly for feeding the holocaust of the farms, right? And then the fishing directly, of course, is the major destruction of the oceans. So the reflection that I was doing since then, and everything I've been presenting in this forum also, is that, there is really no solution
reaction to that without actually disappearing as what we are, which was expressed by Pierre Jouventin this morning. The major invasive species on Earth is the major dominant human expansion on Earth, with just the exception of a few gatherer-hunter communities that still exist and a few other indigenous communities. Most of the rest of current humanity is can, I think, be described as the major, not just the major invasive species, but the mother of all other invasive species, actually. So we are the ones who mess around moving species all over the planet. So, of course, we always, dominant powers always speak about regulating invasive species, except, of course, the mother of invasive species, which is the dominant human expansion on Earth. Right? So which is the problem we're facing, but the realistic approach we are putting to this on this forum is that there seems to be actually no future to this human expansion, since we are accelerating on the highway to extinction ourselves through this very expansion. And we seriously tackled this issue of how little future there seems to be, and this will be actually the debate for this late afternoon after Emil Torres, how little future there seems to be for any of this invasion of the planetary environment that we have been enacting over the past, over the past millennia. Which means, okay, the undoing, we have not been clever enough to undo our massive invasion of the planet to stop both human and non-human suffering and ecocide. But it seems that the stopping of that may be coming just through the collapse of the system that is utterly unsustainable and seems to have no future. In face of which, discussing but amongst us metahuman justice possibilities is crucial, so as not to reproduce during the collapse similar issues as we have been producing. So just to share with some of you, well, how other approaches on this can be put together, and how we often miss, the foundational reasons why environmentalism doesn't want to talk to anti-speciesism and the underlying massive human supremacism that never wants to get challenged in that regard, by understanding that just having a city, not just one, but millions of cities and roads and fragmentation of habitat is causing massive suffering and massive destruction. We have lost all notion of how, we need to gain notion of how extremely devastating this kind of earth occupation is. So, anyway, if you want to react to that, but otherwise, of course, let's open to the others.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, it's baffling to me how so much of the environmental protection discourse is totally disconnected from the reality of why we are here. And as we all know, one of the main problems is the Holocaust of animals, and it's also one of the easiest way to reduce our environmental footprint. But again, it's probably more convenient to remain complicit and to focus on symptomatic relief, like all sorts of environmental protection frameworks, which don't really change much in the real world. But again, it's always circumventing the areas we are personally complicit in.
Yeah, just since there seem to be no question, I'm just building upon that to share with you my recent battles are precisely in being someone who does activism in between environmental, anti-speciesist and queer domains, trying to bridge it across. My more recent battles are inside the environmental movement, denouncing the way in which that movement is silencing from the leading apparatuses of the major NGOs, silencing what is actually known inside as the major and most urgent environmental issue to tackle, which is the shift to plant-based diets as the most impactful and massive measure that should be done, and the most easy and quick to do if there were a will and if there were the knowledge. And the only way to produce that knowledge into the society, considering that states are complicit with the industry and the livestock lobby and so forth, would be strong environmental movements that have used their voice to bring this knowledge. And this is precisely what is not happening. So with the new movement we created last year, we are denouncing from within the silencing and the denialism that the ecologist movements themselves are doing of this absolutely major of all issues, along with also the minimizing or silencing of the issue of deep degrowth and towards, say, indigenous ways of living, and of addressing the overpopulation taboo that we also like to address in this forum. But this major thing of the plant-based diet. So we are doing a real literal accusation, because I think it is really criminal that the large NGOs who know about this, because it's in all the reports, are actually silencing this because of human supremacism, because they don't want to tackle uncomfortable discourses, they don't want to lose money, they don't want to lose affiliates, they don't want to touch upon the uncomfortable subjects. And they are entangled actually with the livestock lobby, which has polluted and it's been a cancer in the environmental movement since the beginning, because of the alliance, the fatal alliance with the countryside, that extensive livestock needs to be defended. This was the trap, the radical trap of the environmental movement, amongst others. So I am just to say that I'm myself dealing from an activist perspective with these issues these days, of course connecting it to the theory and the reports I do and the writing and so forth. But I find it the most massively outrageous issue I can imagine today is that the environmental major movements are silencing this absolutely major and most urgent reply to the biggest crisis in history. This is criminal, right? So I think we should start to point this out and denounce this more openly. And I am urging other movements with whom I am entangled, in Spain mainly and so forth, to join this denunciation from within and transform the movement from within and away from this criminal silencing that the traditional leaders of the larger organizations have been imposing in reproducing a human supremacist ecology, which is fake, which is a farce, and which has no future, which is driving us to extinction, actually. So, any comments before we move on to Joaquin?
I have a question. Could you, Ramona, thank you for your talk. Could you give us a comment about the PFC ban back in the 70s and how this, I mean, if you consider it like a successful policy, and why all the contemporary policies, like the present policies, fail, and how this was somewhat successful? Thank you.
Could you please repeat the first sentence, which ban, because I didn't get it?
PFCs. PFCs, the forever chemicals.
The PFAC, the forever chemicals.
Okay, the forever chemicals ban. To be honest, I don't really have much background on that. I mean, I know about the forever chemicals and so on, but I wouldn't have enough background to say anything meaningful about it, to be honest. If you would like to share more, I'd be content to learn from you.
No, I don't know a lot. It was a ban on the forever chemicals because of the destruction on the ozone layer. When it was found out what the damage was, there was a consensus to ban them globally, and it was quite decisive and quite effective. And now we have the restoration of the ozone layer, which took a while, but it happened eventually. But any current like ban on specific plastics or any other measure that we have seen globally like trying to take effect has failed. And I'm wondering if there is something that has changed recently, like in the last 40 years, 50, and why things now don't work. Like there's no consensus, but there was a consensus back then. Is that like an exception or something? But it's okay if you
So my research mostly focuses on the suffering of sentient non-human animals. So I don't really work that much on other aspects of environmental problems. This unfortunately falls outside my area of expertise, but of course it's all interrelated. I mean, all forms of pollution, air, water, land pollution, also interfere with non-human suffering and with human suffering too. But it's not an area I have a lot of background in.
Yeah, just quickly, I think you were mentioning not so much the fuzz, but the aerosols that were creating the ozone layer. I think the fuzz has come more recently, but so yeah, that's usually put as an example of a consensus that happened that was successful in the 70s, I think, right? But in fact, it's true what you say. So it's often quoted as an example of what is not happening with all the other things that we would need similar consensus with. So yeah, it is a huge question. Why haven't we had a similar consensus? Well, I mean, for me, the answer is maybe for that particular thing, there was some ways for the economy to continue thriving in its suicidal growth without those particular kinds of products. For the rest of the problems we're facing, the only serious reply would be deep degrowth and diet change and a number of things that would imply a massive deconstruction of the current capitalistic benefits of massive economic growth. That's generally my simple answer, besides human supremacism and so forth. But I don't know, maybe Ramona has other answers as to why the most impactful and necessary measures that are known since 5 decades at least are never implanted when we know the answers and the needs. Yeah.
I mean, another question from my perspective is like, when you look at the market, of course, it's mainly driven by very pragmatic economic calculations. And I just wonder why the economy acts like plant-based alternatives would not be profitable enough, because they are, and they would, especially since there's far more to develop than what we have now. Like, there's a lot more space for technological innovation and research and development and so on. But the market acts like there's no money to be made from non-animal based products, and I wonder why. Because, of course, probably it's because of human supremacy. It's not any actual economic calculation. It's still like totally distorted by human supremacism. But
isn't it the most ancient lobby, the livestock lobby, the fishing lobby, the most ancient lobby since the Neolithic somehow? Oh, sorry.
Hello, thank you for your talk. I have got like one question and one kind of challenging comment. I don't know if I understood completely correctly that although you are advocating for this individual-centered kind of law, yes, that is not focused on species but on individual, that individual matters. You also like trying to look realistically. You are thinking that it might be kind of at least complicated to implement, so that you advocate for at least like precautionary principle or precautionary actions. And I would like you to develop more on this, how in practice you see this precautionary principle. So this is the one thing. And the other, yes, in general, like I agree that as human rights are individual, collective, and there should be also of other sentient beings. But I also observe that although yes, there are in general these human rights as individuals and collectives, but humans are also treated in groups, in social groups, ethnic groups, national groups, and moved from one side to the other, instrumentalized in the similar manner as we are talking about the species, thinking about some political kind of benefit, or thinking about kind of perhaps better social order, but generally this kind of moving the groups, stopping the groups, instrumentalizing groups of human, never mind individual human suffering, this also is in place. Yes, this is also in place. So I just this is just one comment that it is not. I just would like to challenge this idea that we treat all humans so well and we just treat bad animals. We also treat bad humans, also thinking them, treating them not as individuals, but not counting their lives, not considering their individual suffering, but instrumentalizing within the larger socio-political kind of views. So there are these two things that I wanted to raise: one question and one this comment. Thank you.
Thank you also. So about your second comment, I don't think I ever implied humans are necessarily getting the best treatment from each other. And actually, for the past 20 years, most of my work has been on war crimes and crimes against humanity. Only in recent years, I've started working also on animal rights. And you are totally right. I mean, we see in so many cases humans not treated as individuals, their group belonging mattering more than their individuality, and them being punished in different ways, from physical suffering to total extermination because of their belonging to a group. And the crime of genocide itself shows that, because the definition of genocide, it's the extermination of a community or part of a community based on national, ethnic, or racial, or religious grounds. So it's about their group characteristics. It's not about their individuality. So there's a continuum here between the suffering of humans and non-humans when it comes to their group characteristics. But then there are also of course benefits when it comes to like how your belonging to a group can shield you from certain harms or crimes, and we see that with both humans and non-humans. And about your prior question about the precautionary principle, I haven't really gotten into the specifics of how my principles would be implemented. It was mostly a sort of thought experiment when I wrote this paper. I didn't get into like all the fine specifics around it, but as I mentioned, I think it's fairly easy in general to apply this precautionary principle, because when we look at some like billions or trillions of animals subjected to horrific crimes today, we know pretty well that they suffer. I mean, their sentience is pretty well understood. Like when I think of cows, pigs, sheep, goats, and other animals we eat, also many other wild animals which we keep captive in zoos and circuses, which we exploit for entertainment, which we massacre directly or indirectly. We know pretty well that they suffer, so that's not that's not really like anything to wonder about. So how would we apply the precautionary principle? It's like the maximalist approach embraced by places like, for instance, the European Union has embraced historically the precautionary principle on a range of issues, like, for instance, genetically modified organisms or other areas. And the basics of it is that if there is a significant but unquantifiable risk, it's better to not go ahead with it. And of course, we have far more data on the suffering of billions of sentient beings than we have on the harms of biotechnology, for instance, GMOs in particular. So I think that's pretty straightforward. Of course, we also need the political will for that, which we don't have at the moment. So yeah, I'm hoping to get into finer specifics on this area over the next couple of years.
Great. Well, we need probably to move on to Joaquin. Let me just add a tiny comment in relation to the last thing. I think there is one difference in the end between the human, even there's a continuum between how humans and non-humans get treated, because international regulation today, even though human genocide happens, but it is not approved by the regulation, by the international human rights regulation. However, we do have the approval for massive non-human genocide all the time, approved by all sorts of national, regional, local, and international regulations, in numbers that imply that every single day more non-humans than the entire humanity are killed, if we count the numbers of fishing, for example. So this is the absolutely massive difference, which I think does exist. But having said this, I agree also. Okay, so thank you so much, Ramona. Hope to keep in touch and have you in future events, hopefully also on site with the delicious vegan food we have in the events. So I will now, we're a bit running late, but it's fine. We take time. This is low forum. I will bring in Joaquin and also your slides in a moment. So welcome, Joaquin Fernandez Mateo, who is one of the co-organizers of this conference. Couldn't come here this weekend from Spain, but anyway, is one of the co-organizers and also one of the associated researchers of the Bodynet Joros project. So welcome, Joaquin. It's great to have you here. So Joaquin is Associate Professor in Applied Ethics and Computing and Society at the Rey Juan Carlos University in Arts and Humanities, and researching concerning the philosophy of technology and sustainability, as well as environmental ethics and animal ethics. So let's put your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jaime.
Again, just to get an idea, the time, had you envisioned a time like 30 minutes or
30
whatever,
minutes.
just to know? Okay, yeah, whatever you feel like. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here online another year in this meeting, and I will continue talking about similar issues related with livable futures, wild animals, environmental problems. This presentation, this communication is part of a paper I'm working on, and I will share the principal core ideas related with the Anthropocene, Technocene, the suffering of humans and non-human animals. Imagine and explore a possible solution in the technosphere, because maybe there is no turning back. So let's begin, and I will delve in these problems. So first of all is the concept of the Technocene, why we should consider this concept to identify this epoch. The concept of Technocene is crucial for understanding our current epoch, while the Anthropocene highlights the profound impact of humans. Not all humans, or some human societies have on the planet since 20th century, mid-20th century, with issues like trespassing planetary boundaries, the Great Acceleration, climate change, or biodiversity loss. It doesn't fully capture the role of technology. The Anthropocene dismantled the illusions, the metaphysical illusion of separation of human beings and nature, connecting humans with the impact on the planet. Humans are not above or outside of nature, of matter, of the world, but showing that humans are not above nature, are deeply intertwined with nature, is not enough to describe and identify the problems and the concept of this ecological crisis. So the Technocene refines this perspective by focusing specifically on how technological systems and innovations mediate and amplify these transformations, because the role of technology, we can talk about techno-humans, is an entangled state of humans with technology since the 7th century industrial revolutions. Explains how it's possible to trespass the planetary boundaries, generates a new epoch of big transformation, or even the possibility to questions related with extinction, collapse, these kind of things. So the Technocene represents an epoch where techno-humans co-create and reshape reality, reshape the world, making more precise lens to understand our current challenges. So this is the first concept. On the next slide, I will talk about a Baradian approach, Karen Barad framework, because we need to explain that nature is not a static entity, but a dynamic process of interactions with various elements, different becomings like technology, artifacts, nature, artificial and natural entities, that everything is interconnected and entangled and generates properties, elements, entities, tools, means, realities, I don't know, software, hardware, transformation in nature and the world as we see nowadays. So these elements include relation, technological practice, artifacts, chemical and biological elements, components of the biosphere. But maybe the biosphere is no longer a biosphere, is a anthroposphere and specifically a technosphere. Because we are in an epoch that is a technocene. Everything co-creates and co-evolves, resulting in a continuous configuration of the world. The key components in this perspective are the elements I've been trying to identify: technohumans with non-human agencies. And humans, so technohumans, are the result of these entangled states, of these interconnections. We are the product of a complex process of interrelation, a web of different elements of different nature. So the Technocene represents an epoch where new technologies are in constant interaction, coevolution, co-creation, and transformation with the rest of the world. And this is a problem because maybe we create new zones of vulnerability, new elements of fragility from an ontological perspective. So Technocene is also a time when humans and inhumans become more vulnerable. Sentient beings are vulnerable to techno-human interactions. The biosphere has become a technosphere, and we need to consider a possible solution. My solution is different from Jaime's solution. I know that this presentation maybe takes place in what we might call pre-collapse stage, so a pre-collapse of horizon, obviously. But I think we can find out some solutions, some technological practice to identify vulnerability fields of suffering and transform these situations. So I have questions related with these problems. What are the consequences of this technocentric approach, and how do they relate with the suffering of human and non-human animals? We are related with animals from an ethical perspective in our relational approach, because we have to follow an ethics of beneficence, or maybe it's some kind of ontological justice towards wild animals or every sentient being, for example. Maybe we should continue to use our technologies for the maximization of the well-being of human beings, or consider to expand our moral community to other animals, to other entities, use technology as we use technology to communicate, to produce, to consume, to maybe make this presentation, this communication, this meeting. We use these tools, and in a non-specific society, community, moral expanded community, maybe we have a duty to use these technologies. So suffering must not be understood merely as an internal experience of an isolated individual, but as an open potential within the ontological fabric of reality. A note of vulnerability is I think it's a different approach from the traditional animal ethics literature. I'm talking about fields and new notes of vulnerability and fragility, because we not create the entire relations of matter, technology, humans, non-human entities, natural sentient entities. Everything creates the world, and creates zones of vulnerability. It's like a tapestry when we can identify specific places with with thin threads in this tapestry is more fragile elements, and there is a correspondence with the sentient beings, because it's not a dualism or some kind of sentientist Cartesian dualism. It's an ontological view that can identify specific zones of vulnerability in the biosphere, in the anthroposphere, in the technosphere. I will explain this in my future and in the paper I'm working on. But I think it's the main idea, this ontological perspective. So from this perspective, extreme suffering is not merely a subjective harm, but an ontological fracture. It manifests whenever natural or anthropogenic processes disrupt the texture of sentient life, rendering beings unable to feed, to move, protect themselves, or engage in the interactive patterns that constitute their way of being. Suffering then is not a physical or psychological, not only physical or psychological affliction, is the interruption of the very possibility of becoming, of participating in the world as a process of co-emergence, plurality, and dispersion. So this is the main idea that I will develop in my next paper. In traditional animal ethics, often rely on metaphysics of individuality, which focus on properties like main properties, sentient. In my framework, in this framework, in animal ethics framework, sentience is considered an intrinsic or inherent property that grants moral consideration. However, this approach abstracts properties from relational contexts in which they emerge and overlooks how these properties arise from relational entanglements. In a relational ontology, properties like sentience are not isolated attributes, but rather emergent phenomena from integrate webs of relationship. We can imagine reality as a tapestry where different zones of vulnerability or significance can be identified. Sentient beings are part of this tapestry and represent zones of or fields of moral relevance. There is an ontological unity among all entities, a result of co-creation and entangled nature of the world. So this is a result of a complex becoming and process of creation of the world, and we create together with our actions, with consumptions, with everything, with all activities, we create these zones of vulnerability. And it's a little bit different from the approach from traditional metaphysics of the individuality of the animal ethics approach. We create this fragility. Understanding sentience in the relational way shift our focus from merely protecting isolated individuals to repairing the relational web that sustains the capacity of experience, pain, and well-being. In the tapestry of reality, zones of vulnerability, such as sentient beings, are not isolated but intricately connected with nature, biology, and the technosphere. They are part also of the machine of production of the technosphere. Everything is interconnected, and these zones of sentience represent particular sensitive and significant areas, not in a dualism, in a hierarchical dualism, because we can identify nature, elements of nature are important, and different elements have value, but we can identify zones of more fragility because animals can have experiences and different states like pain, pleasure, or whatever. So in this framework, we recognize that we are ontologically entangled with the world, including matter, animals, and suffering itself. Our responsibility towards suffering is not merely a matter of compassion or moral duty in isolation. Instead, it arises from ontological consequences of our entangled existence. The vulnerabilities we see in other beings, for example, an animal in the wild or maybe in urban animals, are part of a shared relational web. Unlike a purely relational contextual approach like Claire Palmer's, or ethics of beneficence like Oscar Horta, this perspective emphasizes that every sentient entity is part of a unified entangled reality. Consequently, our responsibility extends to every sentient being that emerges for this interconnected unity. So it's a different approach from an ontological point of view, perspective. So we can think that, I don't know if I want to talk about this thing, because maybe I don't know, I will pass this thing because it's a little bit complex. So finally, I want to finish with, obviously not all nodes in this relational web have the same ontological vulnerability. There are degrees and modalities of exposure. The intensity and quality of suffering is different. It's not the same a tree or a plant like sentient beings, and we need to focus in these cases. So what are the possible solutions that we can imagine to solve this problem if we are using technology every day? Maybe we should expand the moral community towards those who suffer and use technologies. We are using now technologies to help maybe vaccine to wild animals like foxes and raccoons. So maybe technologies, future technologies, present, emerging, and future technologies could help an expanded moral community. So highlighting both current and emerging technologies provides a comprehensive view of how we can use innovation to benefit wild animals. Discussing actual technologies like AI-assisted monitoring, computer vision, or acoustic sensors show how we can already reduce the stress and harm in wildlife. Emerging technologies such as bio-inspired robots or nanotechnology offer promising future solutions for more sophisticated intervention, because these interventions will happen in the near future, in the long future. So maybe we should use towards for our ontological responsibility perspective. So I have different tables of the present, emergent, and future technologies that I will develop these arguments in my future paper. And I will talk a little bit about the possibilities in the technosphere towards the responsibilities towards wild animals. In the technoscene continuum, the use of technology exclusively for the advancement of human interests while ignoring the extreme suffering of non-human animals constitutes a form of speciesism. The development of biomimetic or bio-inspired robots, machines designed to imitate the form or behavior of living organisms, offers new possibilities for integration into wild animals as an agents of animal welfare. For example, improvements in biomimetic systems now allow them to overcome operational challenges in terrestrial, aquatic, aerial, and Arctic environments. The animal-like appearance and behavior allow easy integration into natural environment and interaction with surroundings while minimizing disturbance to inhabitants and preserving the environment natural state. If such biorobots can move and be perceived by other animals as akin or conspecifics, they may perform tasks of exploration, monitoring, rescue, or care in a non-invasive and ecological sustainable manner. Another emerging field is nanotechnology applied to wildlife health and monitoring. Advance in material science and microengineering now make it possible to imagine extremely small devices, sensors, nanochips, insecticides, microdrones, designed to safeguard animal welfare. In wildlife veterinary practice, biodegradable nanoparticles are being developed as vehicles for vaccine delivery, enhancing both effectiveness and safety. Traditional oral vaccines, such as those used to control rabies in foxes and raccoons, have already proven high effective. Nanotechnology opens the possibility for an even more advanced oral vaccines tailored to complex and current and controlling diseases in wild fauna. In the near future, nano-delivery system could be deployed with high therapeutic efficacy and minimal environmental impact, enable a truly safe and responsible application of these technologies. Artificial intelligence also plays a growing role in forecasting natural disaster, functioning as a kind of ecological oracle capable of initiating proactive wildlife assistance. Deep learning models, for instance, are being developed to predict wildfires with increasing precision. AI is also being used to increase the reliability of drought forecasting. This proactive strategy enables community, governments, and other stakeholders to appropriately prepare for and minimize the effects on impending water scarcity and related difficulties. Deep learning algorithms trained on meteorological and ecological data could anticipate extreme droughts, allowing authorities to install additional water sources or relocate vulnerable species before they perish. So this is some present technologies, and these are emerging technologies. Maybe a futuristic vision involves the creation of compassionate autonomous swarms, networks of intelligent robots, agents inhabiting wild environments, functioning like an immune system for an ecosystem. Imagine hundreds of terrestrial and aerial microdrones distributed across a reserve, constantly monitoring signs of pain and danger, a fallen chick, a deer trapped in mud, or an outbreak of disease among monkeys, and coordinate immediate responses. If a deer is injured, small robots could arrive within minutes to clean and disinfect the wound, while a larger drone brings medical supplies or delivers meal analgesic. Swarm robots already explore cooperative mechanisms for complex tasks, resilient to individual failures. Applied to conservation, it becomes more constant and decentralized care network embedded in the wild. So obviously, I should explain that this presentation, at the beginning of this presentation, takes place in what we might call pre-collapse horizon. But if we continue the existence in this beautiful planet, maybe we can use these technologies, because if we use these technologies to improve the welfare and life of the human beings, we are obligated, we should use the same technologies to help those who suffer in the tapestry of life more the consequences of the technocene, of the climate change, of the trespassing boundaries, of the great acceleration for the well-being of human beings. So if we are really anti-speciest persons, we need to consider use the same technologies that maybe human beings create now or in the near future to improve their lives. So this is the paper that I'm working on, and it's a pleasure again to share this presentation. I'm open to questions or some acceleration. Thank you, Jaime, and that's all.
Thank you. So yeah, let's have a little debate. Since we're running quite late, I wanted to ask you, Joaquin, will you be later also for the final debate with Emil Torres, so that we can also expand on some questions then, or?
I think yes.
Just in case we don't have much time now. So okay.
Okay, perfect.
Let's try to have a little bit of exchange now, and then we can have a longer debate later on, because of course this relates a lot to the topic of later on. But I do agree with while they exist, yes, of course they have to be stopped just being used in for the sake of human supremacism. But I think, as you were already mentioning in your final comment, you are aware of the pre-collapse situation. So we have this question in the air: how long these technologies will continue existing, which is the topic for tonight's debate. Like, what future is there in all of this? That is it feasible to think that microchips can be built within 30 years from now in a scenario of climate collapse, for example? Not only, but also, like I think Emil Torres will be addressing in their own talk, is the question that these technologies fuel extinction because they are so unsustainable in themselves, like AI is possibly becoming the most unsustainable industry besides food today. So my question is more like where to put the focus. Like, okay, for me, yes, claiming the use of those while they exist, but strategically the focus on that versus, say, the focus on undoing the massive kind of occupation of the earth that is causing the massive suffering, so to speak. Like, for example, strategically in terms of ecological movements, like we were mentioning with Ramona, strategically the fact that they miss the movements, the shift to plant-based diets, which would be the major source for undoing animal suffering, both in the farms and in the wildlife, for example, right? So we miss, obviously, some focuses on major strategic points that would undo animal suffering at a massive scale if they would get implanted by individual change or collective change or institutional change. So while agreeing on, yes, let's use whatever we have at our scope, legal systems, AI, as far as they exist. But in terms of strategy, my question is always, okay, the focus we want to, the emphasis, on things, but just to throw in the debate. So anyone wants to join?
I would like to thank you very much for this presentation and also reacting directly to the comment by Jaime. I think that the focus should be more ethical, so aligning to the situation. And of course, that looking in the larger perspective and putting questions, but it is important. We are influencing the future by our contemporary actions, and always kind of aligning our actions to the ethical standards and the benefit of different sentient beings. I think that it is a very good idea. And how long we can do, how long we can live on Earth, this we can just predict. And as long as we live, we should try to do as best as we can. And I think that is a nice proposal. Thank you for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Hello again. I would like to ask. I wonder about genetics. Recently, I saw a documentary about the tiger of Australia that had exists. Sorry. And some biologists, genetics, try to resurrect the species. I wonder, is this a way of use of technology acceptable or not? What's I wonder about the philosophy of this, because they don't succeed yet. Because it's in the process. They do embryos. That's not the trade. They collect data, but it's something. I believe it's something between the emotion to be helpful and to try to actually reinstate the species. And okay, maybe it's a human hybrid together. It's a question. I don't have an answer. So, but I think it's in the topic in a way. But, thank you.
I have also seen this, read about this kind of experiments, and as far as I know, it was kind of implanting a part of like fossilized gene of some ancient wolf into the contemporary animal. So there was just a small part of the kind of prehistoric animal that was kind of combined with a contemporary species, making a hybrid, as we are saying. But this I think, and I wonder what you think also, Joachim. These are the questions that are not like answered. We have to like consider what is possible to be done, although the kind of curiosity of humans is really far-reaching and not always minding these ethical challenges, rather thinking, oh, maybe it is doable, let's try. But this ethical consideration should be in place, because then we'll be changing for sure kind of ecological non-balance, because we don't have balance, but we will be still influencing the kind of environment we are living. And like with all these invasive species and now like introducing new kinds, it is like playing a risky game, I think. Yeah. I wonder what you think, Joachim, also on this topic.
Okay. First of all, I want to say that this is one strategy among others, and I think it's complementary with a lot of things. We can imagine a hierarchy between different strategies, and some things are basic, as the ground of animal ethics and environmental ethics. And about genetics, I have a part dedicated to CRISPR and the possibility to use CRISPR to create new animals that will resist the consequences, for example, of extreme heat waves in states of climate change. In the future, maybe they will die, and maybe we can use this technology to gene editing. But I don't feel very well with this technology, because I'm more familiar with artificial intelligence, algorithms, the possibility of have big data from nature and predict, forecast the evolution of climate, or protect animals from wildfires or floodlands or these kind of things. I'm not very familiar with the topic, with the genetics, the creation of new species, the use of CRISPR, or the case that you have been talking. So I prefer, I don't have a well-found opinion about this topic. So this is my point. We have several strategies. This one is one strategy among others. We can use maybe in the near future genetics for create new animals or protect new animals in the new conditions of the Anthropocene, the extreme climate situation, habitats, resist and protect these species. If it's a moral debate, change the nature of an animal. But this is an ontological Baradian framework of interaction from different elements that creates entities. We are the result. Human beings is the result. And this is the question of autonomy in a ontological process that creates even identities, post-human beings. Techno-humans is some kind of post-human beings. And maybe we can imagine post-animals with the gene editing or CRISPR or these things. But I think is perilous use this technology. Now, I'm not very familiar with the topic, and I have doubts. So this is my position.
I think it would be like resurrecting older human species, or yes, or Neanderthal we were talking about earlier. It's the same for human and non-human animals. I think the moral dilemmas can be shared equally.
Well, it's a small reply to the previous issue on ethics also that Alexandra was raising. I mean, as part of the framework, we need to understand that what technologies or actions we implement, what further impacts they have. So, I mean, it's not the same to say we change diet, which is essentially having only from the research, what the research says, good sides, so to speak, to say we use highly sophisticated AI systems which have themselves an extreme impact, which are themselves extremely problematic in many various ways. So just to say, if whatever we seek recourse to, as part of the ethics behind it, we need to understand what further implications these technologies have in themselves, for what harms they may be causing in different levels, socially, environmentally, and in other ways. As this is a very broad topic, I'm just saying let's put this in the broader picture of the ethics. So in the sense of if putting a lot of emphasis on a certain kinds of technologies that are themselves highly problematic is itself very ethically problematic then. And we should analyze the whole picture of what problems these technologies bring with themselves, besides saying, yes, let's use them while they exist, but with being careful not to be boosting them in that use, which is the threshold. If we put a lot of emphasis and say our focus is on, I don't mean Joaquin is focusing just on that, but say some people like transhumanists may be focusing on just saying AI for saving the planet, which is a rather utopian thing, when AI is actually part of the killing of the planet. So, balancing these relationships is core to also something that Joaquin was mentioning when you speak about coevolution, for example. Yes, we are entangled both with technological systems, digital, for example, and with bacteria. But it's very different because what I often claim, I will talk about this later, so I don't want to expand too much, is that what we have precisely disrupted is coevolution, in the sense that we have imposed a one-directional, one-sided way of things, which has caused the quickest mass extinction in the history of the Earth. So understanding the different kinds of entanglements, some of them being disruptively dominant on one side over the others, while others being capable of a more co-nascent, becoming co-sensing, co-moving togetherness. I think that's the crucial difference, which I try to propose in my own writings. And so then, understanding the different kinds of entanglements we have, but I'm sure you also care about those in a way. I think, we need to move on because I have my little, but we can bring back this debate in the final talk with after Emil on the topic of today, on what future there is in much of what we take for granted. So thank you so much, Joaquin.
Just a thing, if I may. Obviously, I had a part dedicated to CRISPR and animal edition, but bringing back animals to life, the question, resurrection of animals, this kind, for me is terrible. It's a big mistake. Obviously, there is no doubt to this. There is a book of Kyle Johansen about wild animal suffering. They explain the use of CRISPR and other gene editing technologies. This is interesting, but bringing back extinction animal, the extinction method is terrible. Is a crazy idea of the crazy technosphere. This idea should be very clear. Obviously.
One more.
Last question. Also, it's but the Australian tiger, it's a species that we are extincted. What about that? That's a question.
That we are extinct.
We extinct. We extinct.
That we are going to become
the past
extinct.
30 years. It's our fault. The Australian tiger, no more.
And that we have made them extinct.
What about these animals, not dinosaurs? That's a question. I don't know. Actually, I really.
But that's the systemic question that puts the mirror against us and says, well, we are the elephant in the room then, and say, what do we do about it? Great. Well, let's move on. Emil is there. Emil, if you're hearing me, we are running with about half an hour of delay. Let me know if that's okay with you. We have, anyway, the longer debate with you and the other speakers at the end. So, well, if you're there, just let me know if that's fine. So now it's the time for Yaim Delval. I don't know. I haven't seen them today. Can you call them, please, somewhere? Okay. No, it's me. So, welcome, Yaim, to this forum. And I will put my own presentation here. Wait, we should have taken turns on the chairing, then someone can introduce me. It doesn't matter. So, for those who don't know, I've been, co-promoting this forum since it started a few years ago, and metahumanism as well since 2010, also in Lesbos. Lesbos has a long history of connection to metahumanism. Anyway. So let me see if I can find my own presentation here, because it's a bit tricky with this system. Yes. Yeah, well, more or less. There you are. So, I will be more than a very formal presentation. I will be putting together a number of core ideas I've been sharing these years with some updates and novelties for fueling debate, basically. So my talk proposes, a step further from some things that we have been making in these forums in the recent years, by stating not just the return to gatherer-hunter societies, but even further to gatherer-only societies as eventually the only viable future, but also perhaps the only desirable one. So first of all, I think one of the major problems that needs to be tackled is the undoing of the false narrative of progress that says that sedentary and exploitative civilizations are intrinsically better than nomadic, non-exploitative gatherer-hunter ones, but this has been contradicted by anthropology. So the false narrative of progress is the major emancipatory narrative that humanity as this false, this chimera that has been invented for the sake of human supremacism, trying to unify the diversity of humanities that have existed and the meta-humanities that have existed. So the false emancipatory narrative of progress is perhaps a major thing that needs to be undone if we want to challenge the prevailing emancipatory discourses. And producing a new emancipatory discourse is one of the most important tasks we have ahead of us. I can't concentrate with so much talk. If we want to overcome the foundational problem. So we have this influential theory that I've been mentioning in other years of the original affluent society theory from the 60s by Marshall Salins and others still alive today, which shows that for 97, rather than 99% of our history, we lived as gatherer-hunters, as Pierre Jouventin was saying already today, with more egalitarian, more sustainable environments, with societies with less work and enormous creativity, which is something often missed. Instead, so-called progress has brought inequalities, ecological devastation, animal holocaust, mass extinctions, body atrophy, experiential impoverishment, social alienation, waste, pollution, and so forth. This is the real face of so-called progress. Health and hygiene, by the way, I highlight it because it's a favorite topic for many people to claim the sedentary cultures. Well, sedentary cultures has created health and hygiene problems. Basically, we can go back to this later. This can be summarized under the trope that I call trash human enhancement as a reversal of transhuman enhancement, right? I've been calling it like that for a few years, whose sole purpose really is the enrichment of a few. So let's stop believing on this fallacy of progress, which really hides the enrichment of a few, right? So human supremacists, however, tend to ignore this in a generalized psychotic delusion. So even those partaking in the system as slaves of the system, trying to go higher up the pyramid, still partake the generalized human supremacist delusion that yes, that this progress is improvement for the generality, right? So what has dominant human life since the Neolithic been imposing more and more? Well, homogenization, endless monocultures in place of biodiversity, blockage of movements and endless splits instead of symbiotic relations, which are the web of life, intensive accumulation instead of diversification, disruption of every possible cycle of the Earth system, and mass extinction events breaking. Sorry about the many, it's my dyslexia, the many typos. The breaking of the relations constituting the ecosystems, just amongst other things. So some of the nice things that progress have been bringing, this economy of growth. So we have substituted biodiversity by monocultures of extinction. We have substituted the coevolution, symbiotic coevolution of ecosystems by endless exploitative splits. Artificiality is this emergence of a self-referential ecosystem that no longer co-evolves, but imposes itself with the reductive logic of monocultures. So these are our dear all-encompassing monocultures. Cities, matter, humans, monocultures of humans, of matter, of crops, and of course, of other non-humans. This is the hidden face of progress. But this is where we can realize, as I was saying before, I reply to, in addition to Rimona's talk, that non-human welfare and freedom is the source, the only possible source for any kind of real human welfare and freedom. There cannot be human welfare and freedom. Human, as provisional concept, which we can deconstruct in endless ways. There cannot be any human welfare or freedom with massive enslavement of non-human life, which is so large that it happens to be the most devastating ecocidal industry of all times. So the more we move here to the right, to the highways to extinction, paraphrasing Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of United Nations, with this wonderful sentence 2 years ago, that we have the foot on the accelerator on the highway to extinction, well, to climate hell, he said. Well, the more we move on to the right, the more we are on this aligned, super aligned, accelerated highway with the foot on the accelerator to extinction. This applies to every single factor of so-called progress that we can imagine: cities, population growth, abuse of non-humans in farming, and so forth. Instead, the more we go to the disaligned aspects of things to the left of the diagram, where you see, instead of the superhighway, you see the diffuse paths of non-human animals moving around non-teleologically in the land and co-evolving with the ecosystems, the plants, the microbes, the matter transformation in the biosphere, the more we are on the sustainable side of things. Sustainable, of course, being a terrible concept that was invented just for the sake of sustaining exploitation. So sedentary cultures have substituted biodiversity and qualitative transformation of energy in the biosphere by monocultures of homogeneous accumulation, and symbiosis has been substituted by splits of radical exploitation, starting with the fences confining animals for taking away their freedom since the origins of the Neolithic. This was the major technology, for, besides, of course, mutilations and things like that. Resulting in the quickest destabilization and mass extinction in the history of the Earth. Recent human evolution, therefore, is not the inevitable upwards teleological evolution and rising upwards from survival to growth and flourishing and comfort, and now aiming even higher towards the superhuman kind of thriving, but a failed evolutionary accident that needs to be radically undone. And if we don't show the intelligence of undoing it ourselves, it is about to collapse in the most dramatic and terrifying manner. So beware if you hold on to it. Acknowledging this failure, therefore, would be a first necessary step towards stepping down from human supremacist pedestals that are already collapsing. And people holding onto these pedestals will have a very hard time in the coming decades. Even harder than those who are already trying to step down from the pedestal in transforming elsewhere. So progress has no future because its real face is mass extinction. If we call things by their name, this is its name. How could something as unsustainable as AI have any future in the upcoming climate chaos? And most importantly, why would we hold on to something so intrinsically toxic? The utopia is that this kind of thing has any future. And I want to stress this sentence because all the time I get from academics and serious intellectuals just the religious belief that there is a future there with not the slightest argumentation. It's not even serious from the research point of view to take for granted that there is any future there. Any serious research today should have at the very center of the research at least the acknowledgement that it's highly likely, to say the least, that there is no future in such technologies. But not only, we will see that even in agriculture and of course industrialization, it's hardly utopian. It's at least utopian or dystopian, depending on how we think of it, to think that there is any future. So stepping down from the human supremacist pedestals means stopping to have these religious beliefs, ungrounded beliefs with serial argumentation, just spread by intellectuals all over the world without the slightest argumentation, slightest serious argumentation, because it's very hard to argument this. And we will have the debate about this with Emil towards the end. So why do critical intellectuals hold onto human supremacist chimeras? This is the big question I've been posing in this project for 3 years without ever getting an answer from anyone else in the group. I have my answers. I have been telling them before in these forums, right? Because human supremacism is still reigning supreme amongst so-called critical intellectuals. And this is a massive problem that shows that we are in fact with a foot on the accelerator on the highway to extinction. Because if ecological activists and critical intellectuals have their foot on the accelerator to extinction by just holding on to religious beliefs of human supremacism, the problem is not just Trump and Musk and the far right. The problem is right there in the so-called global left, in the so-called environmental activism, in the so-called critical intellectuals that are just a more mild face of the same human supremacism of which Trump and Musk are the most grotesque epitome. But one thing we miss, breathe. One thing we miss is an alternative emancipatory discourse, of course. If we say progress is not the emancipation, what, where, right? This is the big point we miss. One that is for all of the living. This implies, for one thing, liberating ourselves from the oppressive systems and dogmas of human supremacist growth and progress. Things like oppressive heteronormative regimes of multiplication, of oppressive forms of dominion over other animals, because we are animals, which bring enormous problems for ourselves, by the way, of the problems associated to sedentary appropriation of the earth, which have only created more problems for humans themselves, of all that traps us in supremacist systems of production. It's about liberating ourselves from these chimeric systems, toxic systems of multiplication and expansion that have created every single form of systemic dominion and oppression for humans themselves, not to speak for the rest. So this would be part of the puzzle of the new emancipatory discourse that we need, instead of the fallacy of progress. It implies, above all, as you know, those of you who know the metahumanist perspective, it implies, above all, regaining the lost body and the joy of feeling in embodied connection and motion with a rich and unpredictable world. It implies embracing wonder once again. But these are just some of the many things, the many wonderful, joyful things that this transformation implies. Now, in face of this, one can have three possible attitudes at least. Supremacists aiming to persist as they are, maybe with minimal changes, or even growing even more in the worst possible direction. This is what most people do, of all kinds. Now, there are very small minorities that go to the other extreme, just claiming the sheer extinction, with the risk that some survive and reproduce the mistake. Now, the metahumanist turn adds a hint to the second point, like claiming a minoritarian mutation, which means let's avoid the risk of reproducing the mistake. We will come back to this later. And minoritarian, why? Well, because as I was mentioning, the force is going to that. I mean, I have not stopped my efforts for many years to try to bring ideas out to as many people as I could, but the wall of censorship, silence, and so forth that one finds is
amazing, and especially in supposed critical intellectual circles. Hello, not just in mass media, not just in governments, okay? This is the proof that a majoritarian discourse claiming such a caliber of a transformation is completely naive. So I've stepped down from the naive expectation of having a massive transformation going on, because I realize how absolutely far things are going in right the opposite direction. So in a more realistic tone, I propose then, well, let's exchange within the limits that we can, as much as we can, with other people, practices and ideas for a deep mutation and transformation. Because as we will see, well, there is no human nature, as we were saying before. Life is mutation, human nature is mutation, nature is mutation. So mutation is embedded in the process of life. I think it's, of course, also wrong to pretend that there cannot be a change, but it would be naive to pretend that the majoritarian forces now on Earth are going to change all of a sudden, right? Also, mutations always start in a minoritarian mode. It's one cell, it's one element, and then this spreads, right? Now, the question, of course, is how far would we need to transform ourselves in order to avoid reintroducing the grand mistakes? And then we had the discussion this morning, how far do we take the mistake backwards? Mistake, of course, take it easy, as a term. Where do we find the earliest symptoms of the failed kind of derive, right? Where was the turning point to collapse? Was it 3 million years ago when we started using tools, 2.5 million years ago, linked to the diet shift, because we were herbivores in the jungle, right? And then through tools, we started killing non-humans, and then these tools became more and more systematic exosomatic extensions, and then abstractions, and so forth. And the more we abstracted ourselves outwards, the more atrophied and desensitized and alienated as a body we became. This is core to my theory. Was it later in the Neolithic? Well, I think it goes really much backwards than the Neolithic, right? That's why my proposal is not just gatherer-hunters, but only gatherers, like we were 3 million years ago. But of course, in a disrupted Earth, it's not about going backwards, it's about moving on, regaining the symbiotic co-evolution with the ecosystems. So again, for our 97% of our history, we were less than 1 million nomad gatherer-hunters. How can we relearn to be part of creative co-evolution in the biosphere, in the disrupted Earth that we are going to inherit in the coming decades? This, for me, would be the only serious long-termism, right? So, in my view, the desirable and viable evolution is to be, again, just one of the 9 million species, with ideally, if we look at the evidences from the past, the sustainable threshold is in much less actually than 1 million population. But in a devastated Earth that will need to help regenerate if some of us survive the collapse. So, gatherer-hunters societies is being more egalitarian, more sustainable. We said this already. But let's take it even further towards being only gatherers without any use of exosomatic tools. I mentioned already the reasons for that. If we go back to the possible deep roots of our failed evolution. So regaining the richness of body intelligence and body techniques. So what the body can do is a richly sensing, moving entity that is entangled sensorially with the world, with the moving world. How to get there? I mean, we could have dismantled our expansion if we had been really so clever and opted for voluntary antinatalisms. As Pierre Jouventin said, it would have been enough with having just one child per family, for example. We don't have to be more dramatic than that. A shift to plant-based diets to undo the most devastating machinery we have nowadays, and deep degrowth towards nomadic ways of living and doing industrialized sedentary cultures. But of course, we have not been so clever to undo this. It is late for that, actually, although never late for trying to have a slightly less devastating effects. So collapse will cause billions of human deaths already, and is already causing trillions of non-human deaths. Collapse came long ago for non-humans. and for many humans as well. We tend to forget this up here in the global north, right? As if collapse was something to come in the near future or somewhere. So again, the realistic idea of sharing practices as much as we can for a deep mutation. Maybe only those who mutate, who relearn to co-evolve with other life forms, with the ecosystems, will survive. To the degree, mutating to the degree that we will no longer be trash humans. So John Sarson, whom we will have tomorrow with us, was since the 80s already claiming the return to gatherer-hunter societies, echoing also Marshall Sahlins' theory from the 60s. And economist John Gowdy has this article from 2020 called Our Gatherer-Hunter Future, exposing the documented theory based on climate reports and a lot of literature. I really recommend you to check this article, that agriculture is very unlikely to be possible in a few decades from now, given the upcoming climate instability that's going to come, because agriculture came up in an epoch, in a very unusual epoch of extreme climate stability, which is very unusual in Earth, right? So again, it is highly utopian to pretend that even something like agriculture is going to be feasible within a few decades from now, maybe by the end of this century, given the upcoming climate chaos that we are unleashing on Earth, right? Interestingly, though, it is considered that there are around 10 million gatherer-hunters today, so 10 times more, or more than 10 times more than in the Paleolithic, and far above even what would be a sustainable level. Which means, of course, it is possible still today, right? Now, maybe only a few of the existing gatherer-hunter communities, maybe only those that are more sustainable, because of course gatherer-hunters in the past already caused mass extinctions. Hunting has caused mass extinctions in the Paleolithic already. So not all gatherer hunting is equally sustainable. So we have to, one of the interesting research topics for the future would be which of the still existing gatherer-hunter communities, maybe like one of the most studied ones, the Yuhuansi community in the Kalahari, which seems to have been there for many thousands of years. Maybe it shows a proof of sustainable relation to the environment. Maybe only a few of them will survive the upcoming climate chaos. And maybe some metahumans who will relearn to live with the moving world. Hopefully, we won't have Musks and Trumps surviving in their bunkers. If they do, then the Earth will never regenerate. I have hopes, however, that they will not survive, since what they represent is a direct attack against the logic of the living. If the logic of the living is symbiotic mutation, what this logic of extraction and exploitation represents is exactly the opposite. It's a logic of endless homogenization and splits, which is an anti-vital logic by principle. It's ontologically contrary to the logic of the living. This is a very important principle, I claim, which doesn't mean we can just relax and let them continue doing their stuff, hoping they get extinct on their own, right? So supremacist exploitation as per se contrary to the logic of life as symbiotic mutation. So, and then coming back to the vegan are queer principles that we have here, this new movement that we have been bringing out, some of us in the last year. We have now this small movement in Spain that is actually pointing to the denialism that is done on these major topics in the environmental movement itself. We are accusing the environmental movement of human supremacism, of reproducing the worst denialisms, and of ignoring these three major issues that should be the center of any agenda, because they are absolutely clear in any report that they are the absolutely central concerns. The shift to plant-based diets, which should be the center of every environmental agenda because it is recognized as the most impactful and necessary, because the animal food origin, food of animal origin is clearly considered as the most devastating industry for the climate crisis and the environmental, the broader biodiversity and planetary boundaries crisis. Deep degrowth also being recognized as the only real reply to the other second problem of fossil fuels, and not only fossil fuels, the other generalized, modes of toxic occupation of the earth, of pollution, and so forth, of crossing of planetary boundaries, without deep degrowth, without just techno-positivistic moving on to renewable energies and techno-positivistic solutions that are creating new problems, adding on to the problem, there is, of course, nothing but pushing further the accelerator to on the highway to extinction. And then, of course, the taboo, which is itself a complex thing that we would have to devote entire lectures to, but which I develop in my book. We will present tomorrow the second volume of Onto Hackers, where you see this more elaborated. We need a very complex debate, as we were already posing in the Metahuman Futures Manifesto since 3 years ago, on all these things, including queer voluntary approaches to antinatalism, radically anarcho-democratic, anti-racist, anti-ableist, challenging heteronormative dogmas and reinventing kinship and care, right? Which is, of course, far from happening, because as we were seeing before, wherever the rates of growth get not even diminished, but there's less rates of growth than before, it's considered as a problem, right? When the problem, in fact, is growth in all its forms: growth of population, growth of human expansion, growth of extractivism, growth of animal exploitation, and so forth. So these major things are entirely absent from the human political agenda. And this is outrageous, this is criminal. And it is criminal that critical intellectuals are reproducing this denialism as well. So here I again put my finger and denounce this. Because if critical intellectuals and environmental movements are not saying anything of this, then how can we have any hope of change? There cannot be anyone. It's just a fallacy. It's just a fallacy. And the hypocrisy of global north privileged people who never want to challenge their bloody privileges. So, okay, since I guess I'm running out of time, and we should move soon to Emile, who will be waiting there. The metahuman mutation, so the role of the moving body and the undoing of human supremacist fallacies, the ontological therapy we've been promoting here, but apparently it was not very successful because many people complain it's too harsh, challenging our human supremacist dogmas. I was trying to develop in this project a dialogical tool for breaking the boundary, and it's not succeeded so far. We need to see whether with the next project we can find a better dialogical tool for dealing with these matters. So till when is humanity holding onto the pedestal collapsing? So the metahuman revolution in the superiority of weeds, this becoming gatherer, nomad gatherer, which is what I am, by the way, doing myself. Gradually, it's a gradual process of disalignment, right? Of course, I have more than one foot on the extinction system still. I came here, well, we came, some of us with the sailboat, so part of the journey was less destructive than usual. But of course, we are here in a building, we are using systems and communication systems of the extinction system. But part of my life goes into the experimentation towards becoming a nomad gatherer and completely self-rewilding as becoming a non-human animal, which I think I am, or try to become. So rather than abstract animal becomings as one finds in Deleuze and Guattari, I want to propose a very concrete becoming animal as nomadic gatherers moving with the flows, with not a single tool. So I invite you to join me in this joyful transformation in my daily dances, when I live outdoors part of the year, and when I try to live with just the body, and learning the plants that can be eaten, and learning to see them not as an exploitative resource, but as me being part of their symbiotic network. This would be, again, a lecture in itself of how to do that. And we will explore this largely, hopefully, in the continuation of this current project that is finishing in a few days. If we get the new project, or otherwise we will try to make it, we will research on deep ecological ways of connecting experimental art practices and somatics with indigenous knowledges and plant ethnobotanics and so forth, and critical theory, to really, well, develop more and more shareable knowledges towards a kind of deep transformation for mutating during the collapse, which is what I again see, given the degree of all-encompassing denialism around us, as the, I mean, I would love to have a generalized transformation. It's not that I pretend for being minoritarian to be above the rest, right? I've tried to push my discourses, but it just doesn't go through the wall, you know. We're trying in many ways with a new activist group we have in Spain. It's called Indignant Rebels. We're putting articles in the media, even in some national media, but it's still very small, and we're fighting such a massive wall. So the fight is there. We can try to get as far as we can, but being realistic after many years on this matter, I think, well, let's just try to reach, I mean, during this project, having such a difficulty with discussing these matters, even with just a few colleagues around me for 3 years on the go, I still keep it humble. I had to lower my expectation and just keep answering, can we just even start a conversation around this? And this is what I just keep doing. I keep asking, can we even just start a small conversation amongst some of us? Because I don't see it happening. If we get the conversation starting, we can make it bigger and reach a bit more of critical mass. But we haven't yet even got the conversation starting, even after 3 years around this project. So, was it a failure, or does it show the failure of humanity at large, so to speak? Anyway, we will keep fighting for it. We are not throwing, away the thing. But anyway, so this was just a mixture of provocations for debate. We are running half an hour late, so I hope Emil is still there. Yes, of course, we can have a few minutes of short things. Then we have Emil, and then after Emil, we can have the debates for the day, wrapping up the day around this whole issue of, does this have future? I mean, AI, industrial civilization, agriculture, and so forth, challenging our beliefs, a bit of ontological therapy. But yes, please, let's do.
Thank you, Jaime, very much for the thought-provoking lecture, and aligning with many things that you are saying. I have got also some important questions, so I think that we can really go on to the discussion that we are asking for. So, but I have got, I think that maybe some problematic questions. So first, like for example, concerning antinatalism. So yeah, I agree that ideology of multiplying and appropriating as much as possible of the earth is at least problematic and shouldn't go this way. But acknowledging in the same way, in the same moment, that humans or us, we are animals. Yeah, so we have got certain instincts, and the animals have instincts. We are animals, and at least some of us, not all of us, have got instincts for reproduction. So so then, do you want to genetically modify, for example, humans in order that they don't have? Or for example, or how also you address the problem, I was already raising it up a bit, concerning different kind of groups, because we are addressing mostly, yes, the privileged North to be antinatalist, not really unprivileged South or East that is multiplying in a much bigger manner. Yes, so how to deal with these issues. And then, okay, I can agree that we should be kind of more balanced in this way, as it was already brought today by Joachim, that having like less children, 1, 2, but it is then not antinatalism, but it's birth control. So this is like the first bunch of questions that I have here. The second, okay, I also agree that farming and extensive farming is just a horrible massacre. But then I ask you for the strategy. Okay, imagine we abandon from one day to another, like farming animals. What do you do with all the pigs, with all the chicks, with all the cows that are not wild animals, were just brought into life because of their exploitation, the reason to exploit them. That is not good. Yes, so I'm not supporting it, but I'm asking for the strategy. Yes, so do you sterilize animals so that in the process of time they die out and there are not so many of them, because they will not manage living out in the wild. Yeah, so this is this is the strategic question about how to deal with this. I'm not opposing. Yes, I'm just asking. What is your idea? Yes, about strategically doing it, a part of calling for. And then, yes, I really love this kind of symbiotic network, looking on symbiotic networks and us, being intertwined. And then, but then also I'm thinking, of course, like agriculture with the big monocultures has no much future and is completely devastating for the environment. But then, if we, for example, observe our surrounding where we live, the surrounding is responding to ourselves, and generally it offers us plants and things that are for us, like that the grows this what is supposed to protect us, or what is supposed to respond to our some health problem. If one observes very precisely and does not use too much chemicals and does not, is not very oppressive to this environment, can observe this kind of nuances. And then in a kind of diverse environment with weeds, it is much better to have here apple or there tomato. It grows better. So then, this kind of, like growing some food not in the monocultures, I don't think that it is, that negative as, this monoculture. So just these three set of...
So permaculture, what is the role of permaculture, you mean, in this, right? Yeah. Good, yeah, so I have answers for everything. It's all thought out in the book. So first of all, the antinatalist or birth control. I think what is birth control is actually what's happening now. This massive, most unnatural form of mobilization of reproduction that has nothing to do with instinct. It has to do with exploitative systems of massive growth based on animal exploitation and crops. And the food industry is what allowed humanity, as Pierre was saying this morning, to grow like crazy, along with emergent oppressive systems of reproduction that were also to do with defending property. So the increasing inequalities, gender inequalities, growing along with property, with the need to ensure descendants and to create increasingly unequal roles for defending the property, for taking care of the growing number of children. So this massive, absolutely delirious growth from less than 1 million in most of our history to 8 billion in such a short time, which is really incredible, has nothing to do with instincts. It has been a very anomalous accident in evolution that is very linked to highly oppressive discursive systems that have emerged along the way to be, founding this system. And so one of the things to do for promoting this anarcho-democratic debate, which is not even starting. So again, I put it much lower. Can we just even start a discussion on this so that instead of having all governments in the world just freely promoting the numerous family, we have at least a bit of awareness that maybe the problem is the reverse. Because I see no intellectual movement on this. It's a taboo that no one wants to put the finger on. And this is massively problematic. So my first thing is, again, can we, even some of us, just a few intellectuals in the world, because it's really with a handful of people who are discussing this, Patricia last year here, and a few more, no more, because everyone you do it, you get called, of course not, and this is not the case here, but in other cases you can get called an exterminator or something like that. First of all, it's about creating the conditions for a debate where the complexity of the problem is and can be dealt with. And then within that complexity, for me, the core thing is this emancipatory discourse of let's liberate ourselves from the highly unnatural, so to speak, accidental, oppressive regimes of multiplication that are leading us to extinction through overpopulation, amongst other things. So it's reversing the whole perspective is one of the major things I propose. There are many more things, but it would take a whole lecture. But in the book, I expanded it. We can discuss further. Now, in terms of what to do with the non-human animals, well, first of all, let me clarify that, of course, there is no easy response to what to do with all the creatures that have been artificially created for being exploited. Of course, they cannot be liberated in the ecosystems because that would create also a massive ecocide. But, well, one proposal I do throw in the book is that, of course, they should be liberated from the farms, and humanity as a model for trans-species kinship. So kinship, rather than being about producing children, should be about embracing trans-species kinship and taking care of these non-humans, like I do, for example, voluntary work in a sanctuary of animals, like we will do also here in Lesbos, in the Donkey Center in Eresos. I do sometimes when I can near Madrid, which are 300 rescued animals from farms. So, of course, it sounds utopian to say that 8 billion humans will be taking care of the 100 billion humans in farms. Of course, what might happen if this would be a gradual transformation of the food industry towards plant-based diets is that this would happen gradually with a gradual diminution of these animals, which, of course, one should try to not perpetuate there, because normally they are raped for artificial insemination, for having them being reproduced again and again and again. This is what's happening. And this is what has to be stopped. The systemic raping of cows, hens, and pigs that are happening because people are having cheese on their table, for example. And whenever everyone is eating a piece of cheese, you are contributing to the massive raping of cows, for example. This is what we need to understand in terms of entanglements. This is the entanglement of someone eating cheese with the raping of cows. And stopping that raping is one part, So, for example, above all, I think, given the complexity and the unlikeliness of this happening, one should, I think, avoid this type of question challenging the idea of the shift to plant-based diets. That above all. In any case, since things are going actually in the opposite direction, so far from doing what science, the revolutionary science, is saying, which is one would have to degrow radically the consumption of animal-based foods, even from just ecological perspectives. If we add, of course, the anti-speciesist perspective, it's just undoing it completely nowadays because it's a pure holocaust. Then what's happening is exactly the opposite. There's the expectation to double the consumption of animal-based foods in 2 decades, which is just psychotic. There's no planet to sustain that. It's pure human psychotic suicide to pretend that humanity can double their consumption of animal products. This is the current agenda of animal products. The whole research on the topic, I can tell you. The whole research on the topic. This is what's happening right now. Okay, so... You mean for the sake of covering food for everybody? No, it's very simple. Look, it's very simple. Because human supremacism believes that for growing up the pyramid of progress, you need more electricity, more cars, more houses. You also need to eat more animal products. This is a core discourse that is supreme in humanity's discourse today, which means that we in Europe, and especially maybe, I know Greece not as much as Spain, but Spain is top in Europe, meat consumer, France nearly as much, and many European countries, Poland, UK, top, along with, of course, United States, Argentina, Brazil, Australia. Some of these are top meat consumers, and generally the global north and richer countries are top meat consumers. But then the emerging economies, this is the global dynamics right now, want to multiply exponentially their consumption of animal products. This is what's going to cause that the expectation in the research clearly is to double. So even what the most mild research says should be done was to halve the consumption, the global consumption, which would mean in Europe we need to reduce 84% in Spain, for example, and other countries will reduce less because they have much less intake. So to globally reduce by half the animal product consumption, In Spain, we would have to reduce 84%. In other countries, they would have to increase. So, but this is what even the most mild and accepted, theories of so-called planetary health diet, which is a really accepted discourse. What's happening is exactly the opposite. So let's put the feet on the earth and understand what's going on around us. Because if not, we're just throwing bullshit in the air. Really. And then for permaculture, yeah, I know that there are ways of producing, and of course, again, like we can try to use AI in better ways while it exists, although I would be very careful to not overuse it for pushing it forward, which is why I tend to avoid it. But yes, we can try to have less toxic forms of agriculture, of course. But, again, here we meet the complexity of escalating this. Trying to have permaculture, like, organic forms of mixing, not using toxic chemicals for massive monocultures, but doing mixed, so where plants are mixed in more ways, where we almost try to mimic the way biodiversity happens in other things, which is something that's happening in a minoritarian way in agroecological experiments in different places. If we try to escalate this with the famous question, okay, can we feed 8 billion humans with this? What do you think? I've thought about it. I've researched about it. What do you think? Can we escalate this as a generalized long-term solution? No, think about long-term solutions. I mean, for me, it's fine as part of the disalignment. Yes, let's go for that. Can be one of the interesting things to do ourselves as part of the disalignment. But can it be a measure for having an ongoing flourishing of 8 billion humans that just eat through that? Well, no, for some, population has grown along with these toxic agglomerations of cities and intensive agriculture, which means delocalized systems of intensive. So more than half of humanity lives right now on places which are megacities and deserts. So we would have, first of all, to move more than half of humanity to other places, which are already occupied by other humans, so that we can all, and then another calculation, which is I always invite people to do, like, Henry David Thoreau, the famous, grandfather of civil disobedience and of some of the things we're discussing here. He was 2 years in Walden, this little cottage, which was just 1 mile away from this village, apparently. But anyway, and they say that his mother was bringing macaroni but anyway. But he was cultivating 1 acre of land for these to feed himself, right? So I often take this measure, which is somehow realistic. I mean, I guess he was not overproducing. He was producing what he needed for these 2 years. 1 acre, which is half a hectare of land per human, means 4 billion hectares of self-cultivation. If we would be doing self-cultivation of crops, for 8 billion humans, we would need 4 billion hectares, which is what now is occupied not only by crops, but by the whole pastures for livestock. So we would be having far more crops than is happening nowadays with intensive crops, which means, of course, there is no easy solution for the problem we have created and for pretending that we can have a sustainable future for 8 billion humans. We always hit population issue, we always hit the way of living issue. And of course, none of the answers is purely nice and perfect and say, yeah, that we have the perfect way here to get to the perfect situation. As I say, since we are heading collapse, because this is not even discussed in critical intellectual circles or in environmental activism, then what I propose again is to try to exchange as much as we can, as many as we can, for mutating along the upcoming collapse. The collapse is going to make us be maybe 1 million by the end of the century, or a bit later than that. The Exeter University report coming a few months ago was already giving realistic figures of 4 billion dying in the decades immediately after 2050 if we reach 3 degrees. We have to start putting our fingers on our feet on earth, and understand the degree of the challenge. So unfortunately, because we were not clever enough to address these issues, because of this pedestal of psychotic delusion, we will unfortunately maybe reaching those very low population thresholds through a massive genocide caused by our own delusion, of pretending to continue in the same form. Anyway, so we are running a bit late. I think Emil, if you want, because we can pick up the debate after Emil's presentation, if you wish, because we have this whole issue of, whether we believe, in all these. So Emil, very sorry about the delay. If you are still there, we can bring you in for your talk. Yes, do you have, well, I will bring you in, first of all, and ask you whether you have a PowerPoint presentation. Hi, Emil.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Great to see you. I will introduce you in a minute, but first, do you have a PowerPoint or something, or not necessarily?
I don't.
Okay, then that's much better. Well, it's an immense honor and pleasure to have Emil Torres with us today, who has this wonderful and rich research, which is so resonant with many of the things we have been discussing in the Metahuman Futures Forum, both on the level of a harsh critique of the transhumanist, and not only transhumanist, because Emil, together with Timnit Gebru, coined this term of TESCREAL, which hopefully Emil will be able to explain a bit today. The TESCREAL bundle of ideologies that go from transhumanism to long-termism, along a number of other ideologies which are related. But also, they is a specialist on extinction studies, and which is another major topic that we have been putting on the table on this forum. So it's really amazing to have you here, and amazing that you wanted to, after our discussion, to bring this topic of how precisely, well, the TESCREAL bundle, far from solving extinction, seems to be fueling it. So thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. One thing I would say is it's perhaps the focus of my study is a little bit less on extinction studies in general, and more on human extinction in particular. So I will get into that towards the end of this presentation. So since we're running behind, I'll try to keep this relatively short and to the point. And then I'm really eager to hear your questions, criticisms, and so on. All right, so the title of this talk is Long-Termism and the Sixth Mass Extinction. So it might be good to start with what long-termism is, in case anybody who's listening isn't all that familiar. So the word long-termism was coined in 2017, but the idea has a kind of long history. It really began to this idea began to take shape, became a kind of systematic ethic, quote unquote, in the early 2000s, maybe the late 1990s. And initially, before we had the word long-termist to refer to people who focus on this issue, there was the much longer phrase, those who work on existential risk. So existential risk is a really central concept within the long-termist worldview. And basically what long-termism is the ideology you get when you sort of smash together, when you collide the key tenets of effective altruism with, as I put it before, with insights from modern cosmology. Right. And so effective altruism, so in other words, long-termism grew out of the effective altruist movement, which was very much a part of the TESCREAL bundle of ideologies, which I'll explain in a moment. So effective altruism is the idea that we should use science and reason to figure out the ways to figure out how to do the most good we can possibly do in the world. That's the basic idea. From a distance, I think it sounds great. Of course, all of us, many of us, want to be the most effective altruist possible. When you start to look at the details, though, I think the effective altruist, or EA, ideology starts to, it sort of reveals itself as quite a bit more repugnant than it appears prima facie. So a classic example of this is the effective altruist idea of earning to give. So you could imagine, like, you could work for a nonprofit and maybe do a certain amount of good over the course of your lifetime, or you could go and work for what William McCaskill, one of the co-founders of effective altruism, calls immoral organizations. So maybe a petrochemical company or a company on Wall Street, by pursuing these lucrative careers, then you can accumulate much more wealth to give away, right? So instead of working at that nonprofit, you go work at someplace like Jane Street Capital, which a bunch of effective altruists have done. And then you could donate the money to that nonprofit. They could hire 20 people. And consequently, you could ultimately do more good, right? So there's really no room in this picture. There's no serious reflection on issues like moral integrity, right? So maybe you give up your moral integrity by going to work on Wall Street, to, from a consequentialist perspective, to do the morally right thing. And so Sam Bankman-Fried, of course, was the most, he was the great success story of Earn to Give, right? He went and worked at Jane Street Capital along with his brother Gabe, and like I said, some other effective altruists. Then he worked for the Center for Effective Altruism, and then he went into crypto. As one journalist put it, to get filthy rich for charity's sake. Okay, so this is effective altruism. Modern cosmology. Again, it's effective altruism combining with modern cosmology, you get long-termism. Modern cosmology tells us that the universe is absolutely enormous, right? There's, if I remember correctly, there's 200 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and between, or maybe it's 100 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, 200 billion to 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. So the universe is absolutely massive. Furthermore, so that's along the sort of spatial dimension. Along the temporal dimension, the universe will remain habitable for a really long period of time. I think Carl Sagan was the first person ever in 1983 to estimate how many future people there could be. And he said, if we stay just on Earth and we survive for 10 million years, which at the time was the estimate for the average lifespan of a mammalian species, then there could be 500 trillion future people, right? So long-termists take this a step further and say, yeah, but what if we go out and colonize space? Then they calculate much, much, much larger numbers. Nick Bostrom, who is one of the most influential figures within the TESCREAL movement as a whole, estimates that there could be 10 to the 58 digital people in our future light cone in the future. So yes, looking along that temporal dimension, the universe will remain habitable for much longer than Earth remain habitable. Right, Earth, the oceans will begin to boil in a few billion years, 7.9 billion years. The Earth will get sucked into the sun as it becomes a red giant, but we'll be gone long before that, 800 million, 100 billion years. But if we spread beyond Earth, then we're talking about like maybe 10 to the 100 years is when the heat death is supposed to happen. So we have a huge, huge, huge amount of time in front of us. So, given that the future could be enormous, if your effective altruist goal is to positively influence the greatest number of people, and if most people who could exist will exist in the far future, then what you should be focused on right now is not how your actions influence contemporary people, but rather how they influence the far future, right? Because even if there's a tiny percentage of successfully influencing a tiny percentage of those future people, the expected value of that act, that intervention, could still be, many orders of magnitude greater than lifting 1.2 billion people out of multidimensional poverty today. So this is the idea of long-termism. The value of our actions today depend almost entirely on their far future effects. Okay, so I'll get to some of the implications of long-termism in a bit. Briefly, the way that it connects with the TESCREAL bundle is, in many ways, it's kind of the culmination of this TESCREAL movement, which I would date back to the late 1980s, early 1990s. That is when modern transhumanism was founded by, well, if you ask him, he would say it was founded by him, Max Moore. So he definitely co-founded the Extropy Institute and the associated extropian movement, which he claims is the first modern transhumanist movement. So this is the idea that we should use radical enhancement technologies to engage in what they call person engineering, radically re-engineering the human organism to create a new post-human species. And consequently, if we transcend our biological limitations, then we might be able to, we could potentially usher in a techno-utopian world in which we become effectively immortal, right? So we as individuals perhaps live as long as the human species itself could survive in the universe as a whole. We abolish all suffering. We generate radical abundance. Nobody ever is in need of anything again. Beyond that, we go out and colonize space, and we create, this sprawling multi-galactic civilization that contains trillions and trillions of people, all of whom would be, or virtually all of whom would be digital in nature. And in doing this, we end up maximizing value and establishing a heaven in the literal heavens, right? And so I consider transhumanism to be the backbone of the TESCREAL bundle. Some of the other ideologies are just versions of transhumanism. The other ideologies that aren't versions of transhumanism nonetheless emerge directly out of the transhumanist movement, such as effective altruism and rationalism, etc. So I don't think we need to go over in detail what all of the ideologies are. Basically, the acronym stands for transhumanism, extropianism, first modern transhumanist movement, singularitarianism, cosmism, rationalism, effective altruism, and long-termism. And cosmism is basically just long-termism, but what the difference between cosmism and long-termism isn't the vision of the far future. Rather, it's sort of it's that long-termism introduces an explicitly ethical, quote unquote, foundation for claiming that we have a moral imperative to go out and colonize space. So in that sense, it's cosmism plus, and this is why I'm describing long-termism as, in some sense, the culmination of these ideologies. So some of the implications. First of all, a lot of the people in the TESCREAL movement, they do not really care about the environment. Why is that? Because I mentioned this idea of existential risk early on. An existential risk is essentially any event that would permanently prevent us from realizing this techno-utopian world of digital posthumans, right? Whereby we colonize space, we create these vast computer simulations full of trillions and trillions of people supposedly living happy lives. Nobody ever explains why their lives would be happy. I've written before, maybe they have access to like digital Prozac or something. Maybe they understand, maybe they're all utilitarians and they understand it's just their purpose in the world to bring intrinsic value, to bring welfare into the universe. So existential risk is, by definition, then it's any event that would result in the loss of literally astronomical amounts of future value. Consequently, it is different. It's sort of qualitatively different. It's different in kind rather than degree from non-existential risks, right? You might have a catastrophe that results in like 7 billion people dying. So long as the 1 billion remaining individuals can rebuild civilization, then there's still a chance of reaching the stars someday. And that last collection of words is a quote from Eliezer Yudkowsky, another leading figure within the TESCREAL movement. So there is a discontinuity in the badness of non-existential versus existential catastrophes, a fundamental discontinuity. Existential catastrophes would be in axiological disaster, right? By virtue of it foreclosing the realization of all this future value, whereas non-existential catastrophes would not be. So this means you have these two categories of risks, and which phenomena you place in which category is going to depend on how you end up prioritizing how we should be allocating our resources. It will determine which quote unquote philanthropic causes are considered to be worthwhile and which are just feel-good projects, to quote Nick Bostrom, that we should basically ignore. So the environment, that ends up in the non-existential risk category, right? So, Jaime even mentioned that, maybe by the end of this century, there'll be like 1 million people or something. He mentioned the University of Exeter piece in the appendix. It mentions if we reach 2 degrees by 2050, there could be 2 billion deaths, premature deaths. If we reach 3 degrees, there'll be 4 billion deaths. So all of that is very bad in absolute terms, but in relative terms, it's nothing, right? It's nothing compared to the lost value if we were to go completely extinct. And so as a result, since climate change, biodiversity loss, the sixth mass extinction event, and so on, since these do not constitute existential catastrophes, since they don't count as existential catastrophes, they are going to be radically deprioritized, right? They just don't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. So when you take this like grand cosmic view of our place in the universe, the universe has existed for this amount of time, 13.8 billion years. Then humans emerged. Our future is this big. When you take this grand cosmic perspective, it's like climate change and maybe 4 billion deaths, etc. Those just fade into. I mean, they're just little hiccups in the grand story of humanity and post-humanity. So the existential risk perspective inclines advocates to minimize any kind of disaster that is not existential. And again, climate change, environmental degradation, so on, those count as non-existential. So people just aren't that worried about that. William McCaskill, again, he was a co-founder of EA. He's also one of the leading long-termists. He writes in his 2022 book, What We Owe the Future, that I'm actually going to read a little excerpt from something that I wrote about McCaskill's book. For example, McCaskill notes that there is a lot of uncertainty about the impacts of extreme warming of 7 to 10 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit, Celsius, but says, quote, "It's hard to see how even this could lead directly to civilizational collapse." McCaskill argues that although, quote, "climatic instability is generally bad for agriculture," an understatement, his, quote, "best guess is that even with 15 degrees of warming, the heat would not pass lethal limits for crops in most regions, and global agriculture would survive." So I think there's 2 points to make here. One is sort of philosophical in nature. It has to do with what I just said, that minimization or trivialization of all non-existential catastrophes, because in the grand scheme of things, they just don't matter. And the other is an empirical point. People in this community seem to have really bizarre views that conflict with the best current science within climatology about the severity and the seriousness of climate change. So McCaskill's saying here, even with 15 degrees of warming Celsius, global agriculture agriculture in most regions will survive. Furthermore, at another point in his book, he makes the case that our systematic obliteration of the biosphere might be net positive. And the reason is that he's very concerned with wild animal suffering, right? And there are he's drawing from other people in the community, like Brian Tomasic, who argue that, in the Malthusian theater of Darwinian natural selection, there are lots of creatures that are struggling, that are dying. And suffering in the process. There's also, there's predation, there's parasitism, and so on and so on. Consequently, McCaskill suggests that, the fewer wild animals there are, the less wild animal suffering there is. So that might be a very good thing, an accidental but positive byproduct of our industrial civilization. Well, going back even to the Pleistocene with the megafauna die-outs and so on, all of that, all of this, the stuff, all of the loss of species that Homo sapiens might have catalyzed, that could very well be quite a good thing. And here, I think it's worth noting that, and this was implied in my description of the vision of long-termism in the TESCREAL bundle more generally, but there is an underlying eschatological worldview that is really at the heart of the TESCREAL movement. And it states that the future will be digital, right? So it's the fact that we're losing biological species should not worry us too much, because there's just this like invisible hand of cosmic history that is pushing us in a particular, or cosmic evolution that is pushing us in a particular direction, and that is toward a transition to a digital realm or a digital era. And so consequently, the biological world in the longer term is just irrelevant. It just doesn't matter. After all, if we do build these virtual reality worlds, then we could populate them with digital non-human beings that we could specifically design to never suffer, right? So this in fact would be a much better state of affairs. Okay, let me pause real fast to catch up on my notes. There may be two other things to notice. One is when this would have been, I think it was the beginning of last year, but it might have been the end of 2023. I had a debate with Max Moore, the founder of extropianism and modern transhumanism. Again, if you ask him, and during our exchange, somebody brought up the environmental predicament that we're in, and his response is, and I believe I'm quoting him, "There is no climate crisis." Right? That was his claim, which of course, like really kind of triggered me. And I went off about how, like, according to the Living Planet report, since 1970, the global population of wild vertebrates, so mammals, amphibians, birds, reptiles, fish, and so on, has declined by 69% since 1970. Right, so it doesn't you don't have to be a math whiz to sort of understand that if you extrapolate this trend into the future, it's perhaps within our lifetimes that there will be basically no more wild vertebrates out there. Right, so I mean, this is just an absolutely appalling situation. If our species dies out and there's some alien, some technologically advanced extraterrestrial species that stumbles upon Earth in 10 million years, and their geologists start to dig through the various strata of Earth's crust, they will notice that something really significant happened around the time of the Anthropocene, but maybe going back to the Pleistocene with the megafauna die out. But in other words, our probably greatest legacy on Earth is this mass extinction event that we've already triggered. And so another thing to mention here, just to underline the point, is Elon Musk, who has called long-termism, quote, "a close match for my philosophy." And he, back in, I think this was 2022, he retweeted a link to one of Bostrom's foundational papers of long-termism, titled "Astronomical Waste," which makes the case that we have this moral duty to colonize space as soon as possible, to build literally what he calls planet-sized computers on which to run virtual reality worlds, so that we can maximize value within our future light cone by radically increasing the human population or post-human population. So Musk retweeted that, and the original tweet had the line, "likely the most important paper ever written." So Musk is very much aligned with the long-termist worldview. He's also a transhumanist who talks about the singularity and so on. So he's a test realist. And there was a conversation he was in a while back talking about Earth, and his response was, and I quote him, "fuck Earth." Right? So I don't know. This is kind of the attitude that I think a lot of people in this community have. You could generalize that not just to fuck Earth, but fuck the biological world. Biological world is just not that valuable, especially when you compare it to the potential value of the digital world that we could create perhaps in the very near future. So once again, I think there are philosophical problems here with the minimization of and the sense of entitlement that we have a kind of license to obliterate the biosphere. So that on the one hand, and then there's just this empirical issue where just a lot of people just don't, in this community, don't take seriously what climate scientists and environmental scientists and so on have to say about the quandary that we're currently in. Okay, so I'll move on to my last point here, and then we'll switch over to debate or Q&A, whatever. The last point has to do with the extinction, not of non-human species, but the extinction of humanity. There are different ways. So in the literature on human extinction, there are different definitions of humanity or human. I'll take them to be interchangeable. And oftentimes authors aren't sufficiently clear about this. So many people would intuitively define human as our species, our biological species, Homo sapiens. Futurists, including or especially those within the test grill movement, they have a much more capacious definition, right? So human for them means Homo sapiens and whatever descendants we have, so long as they possess the right properties, right? So long as they have a kind of moral status, they're moral agents, and so on. More specifically, as long as they have moral status at least comparable to ours. And so what does this mean? Well, one implication is that it means that our species could disappear entirely and forever in the near future without human extinction having happened, right? So long as our disappearance coincides with the emergence of some new, like, digital post-human being, then humanity will persist, right? So their terminology is very confusing because they call what comes after us post-humans, but then they also define human as including within the term's extension those post-human beings. So there are future beings that could be both post-human and human. It looks kind of incoherent. It's very confusing. Unfortunately, that's I have actually a few academic papers forthcoming. One in Synthese specifically that talks about this and sort of complains about the way that they are redefining terms and are using this very sloppy kind of phraseology. So the people within the test grill movement are among the loudest voices these days, screaming about the importance of preventing human extinction. When you look at the details, though, what they really mean is that they want there to be some kind of post-human creatures that end up ruling and running the world, right? And the implication of this is that our species will be disempowered, marginalized, and ultimately eliminated, right? So one thing you could, maybe one thing that might be helpful in understanding this is just adding some labels to the concepts that I just mentioned. So the narrow definition identifies human as Homo sapiens. A broad definition identifies it as Homo sapiens and whatever descendants we have, as long as they have certain, they satisfy certain criteria, criteria of axiological importance. And so if you accept a narrow definition, which is the definition that I strongly prefer for various reasons that I don't have time to discuss now, then rather than the test grill ideologies being anti-human extinction, they're actually pro-extinctionist, right? Because the vision of the future that they have is one where the digital realm takes over, right? We create or become a new post-human species and they rule the world, right? And like I said before, the implication of that is that we fade out. And so if you have this narrow definition, that is a pro-extinctionist view, right? There are people in this community who are explicit that we ought to engineer our own extinction, where our refers to our species, once post-humanity arrives. Derek Schiller has an article about this on artificial replacement, with our artificial progeny. The title's something like that. Steve Fuller is another example. Larry Page, the co-founder of Google, says that it's the natural next step of cosmic evolution is the emergence of AI that completely usurp our existential position in the world. There are tons and tons of examples of this. I've cataloged some of them in articles I've written. There's another article, if you're curious, on the various arguments for pro-extinctionism, where I go into this in great detail and cite a bunch of people in the test grill movement who are explicit about this. Other people who in that movement who aren't explicit about this are nonetheless like completely neutral about whether or not we go extinct. So they just don't care. They don't care if we go extinct, so long as we survive long enough, so long as our species survives long enough to create AGIs, or to develop the technology necessary to upload minds to computers and so on, then they don't care what happens to our species. So they care about the survival of our species, but only conditionally, whereas others are saying we should explicitly die out. So I hope I'm not rambling about this too much, but it's the important point is, I think that if you accept a narrow definition of humanity, which I would implore people to do, then suddenly all of these this test grill bundle of ideologies, it's not just radically pro-extinctionist when it comes to the biological species around us, our fellow companions on spaceship Earth, or whatever you want to call it. but also it's pro-extinctionist with respect to humanity itself. And so I see these ideologies as doubly dangerous, and not just dangerous, but extremely dangerous. I mean, they are advocating for our extinction, not in the far future, but in the near term, right? They would like to build AGI within the next few years. They'd like to develop advanced technologies to completely re-engineer humanity within our lifetimes, right? So if they succeed, and I strongly suspect that they won't, also for reasons I won't go into, but if they were to succeed, then that could mean the end of the story of our species. So I have argued in some articles that when we list various global scale threats to human survival and flourishing, we often include things like nuclear conflict, global pandemics, whether engineered or natural, maybe something like AI, although I'm somewhat skeptical of the AI argument. But usually there are these kind of physical hazards, right? Whether or not they're natural or anthropogenic. Asteroid impacts would be another case, volcanic super eruptions and so on. But they're nonetheless kind of physical hazards. And my contention then is that in these lists, it's very important to also include ideologies like the TESCRO bundle, because the TESCRO worldview, I think, poses a direct threat to the continued survival and flourishing of humanity. And once again, the last time I'll say this, but also poses a direct threat to the flourishing of this extraordinary, colorful, exquisite global ecosystem in which we are embedded. So as Naomi Klein and Astra Taylor wrote in an article on end times fascism that focuses in part on the TESCRO ideologies, published in The Guardian, these are people who basically are the enemies of all that we take to be, or many of us at least take to be, good and beautiful and worthwhile in the world. Okay, I think I'll stop there. I hope that made sense. I know it was a little bit unstructured, but hopefully you got something out of it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this could launch a fascinating long, set of discussions. Let's see if we have here comments. By the way, I forgot we can bring this up later, some comments from Joaquin that I found in the chat from YouTube earlier on. We can go back to these later. I also put on the chat some of the articles by Emil, also the one with Timnit, Gebru, and the one where you claim that they are the world's most dangerous ideologies, where people can extend on what you just mentioned. Now, I realize, of course, from what you say, and I've read that you believe that they are really influential ideologies now. You mentioned Musk and other influential people, of course. Now, just in terms of commenting a few things, like one paradox that I always like to mention, I think we mentioned it in our small conversation earlier, is that what do you think of the fact that the very technologies that they base this evolution on are themselves extremely unsustainable, so that they might hopefully also never reach their goals, since the very technologies that are needed to reach this AGI, which is also, that's the whole paradox of also some of them being equally afraid of AI. So they want at the same time control while losing the control, which is another big paradox, right? So they want AGI, but they don't want AGI because AGI could actually be a threat to them, like Elon Musk also thinks. But besides that other paradox, the paradox of how AI itself is an incredibly unsustainable technology that is fueling extinction, just like animal, well, not as much, but almost like animal agriculture and other highly problematic, which means the more investment is done in AI, the more the imminent extinction is about to come. Maybe their bet, as you were maybe hinting, is that they should get it as soon as possible, so that they get it before the whole thing collapses, right? Before the whole industries collapse, they get their AGI, and still then I find it. Considering a number of discourses around this, not just an opinion,
rather problematic to think that AGI could self-sustain itself in a dying planet without the whole extractivist industries performed by enslaved humans, without the whole slavery behind the building of microchips and the whole system of global production of these incredibly complex industries, which I think are a bit complicated to imagine. This is part of actually of the debate I wanted to propose after your talk today as final debate of the day of, is there any future in AI at all, given its unsustainability, the difficulty to imagine it continuing in a scenario of climate collapse and so forth? So how far is there a paradox there in it being rather utopian or dystopian to imagine that what they aim to get to is even possible at all, besides it being highly questionable? This is one thing. Maybe you want to directly, and then there's another comment.
Yeah, let me jump in real fast, if you don't mind. I think you're totally right that there is a very interesting ambivalence among these individuals about AGI, right? So I don't. One thing, someone might argue that there isn't really a paradox. It's that what they want is controllable AGI. What they don't want is uncontrollable AGI. The thing is that it's very difficult to know whether we're developing controllable AGI or not, right? If we get controllable AGI, then we get quote unquote utopia, right? Because we can do everything for these people is an engineering problem, right? It's some people have called it like engineer's disease, where they just like, have this engineering mindset. So utopia itself is an engineering problem. In fact, the term they use is paradise engineering, right? So as soon as we get controllable AGI, we just delegated the task of creating utopia, and it does that. If we get uncontrollable AGI, then we probably all die, right? As just an unintended consequence of its value system. And so, yes, you're totally right that it does look like there's a paradox here, because they really want AGI, but also like many of them are like very anxious. We're not ready for AGI just yet. The other point you made, I think, is totally right. I mean, I'm sure that I'm not the first person who's mentioned this. I have suggested in the past that maybe it's impossible to build AGI. Why? Well, one reason is perhaps AGI, just in principle, we just can't, we just don't have the cleverness or ingenuity necessary to actually build it. On the other hand, maybe it's the case that the various pre-AGI systems needed, the stepping stones that lead us ultimately to AGI, will wreak such havoc in the world that there's no way civilization can survive to the point where we might actually then have the know-how to build AGI. So you're right. Like on the one hand, these systems have like a significant and growing carbon footprint, right? I mean, the nuclear reactors at 3 Mile Island are being restarted by Microsoft in order to try to solve this energy problem. Every time you use ChatGPT, every prompt you give it uses 10 times as much, produces 10 times as much carbon emissions as a Google search. Right. And on the other hand, then another thing I'm really worried about is the capacity for these systems to cheaply and highly effectively propagate disinformation. So here's like a straightforward civilizational collapse scenario involving AI that doesn't require talking, in sci-fi terms about, magical abilities by AI, which is what a lot of test realists. This is typically how they describe the dangers of AGI. Here's a more grounded scenario. These systems are used to spread conspiracy theories about climate change, disinformation about climate change, propaganda that is generated, designed specifically by political parties to sow the seeds of doubt within the minds of the populace. And so consequently, it could be the case that AI further exacerbates the situation of inertia with respect to actually mitigating climate change. And maybe then, the result of these AI systems for multiple different reasons, their carbon impact, their environmental impact, and the disinformation, et cetera, that maybe AI is going to be like kind of a major catalyst in catastrophic climate change obtaining, which could very well result in the collapse of of our modern global civilization. Does that sort of answer your question?
Yes, absolutely. When I meant unsustainable, I also meant the social unsustainability.
Yeah,
We see the toxicity, the radical toxicity of these systems in every possible regard. The other just comment before we also further try to open for the final debate is more a comment, a philosophical comment on the deep problems I see to the value theory of what was the name of the
utilitarianism.
Yeah, the utilitarians, right? So this, which is a value that can be summarized as more of the same, which means homogeneity, right? It's expanding in the entire universe with the same, in my view, horrendous nightmares of the digitized post-human, right? As is conceived in the minds of people like Bostrom, which are epitomes of what I call the trash human. So, more to occupy the entire universe with just repetitions of trash human nightmares of these current people, which I see, of course, as a nightmarish idea in itself. But in terms of value, of course, it is proposing a theory of value which is based on homogeneity and of more of the same, basically. And for me, this is very interesting because it clashes completely with the theory of value that I was implicitly promoting in my talk and in my book and so forth, which is grounded on much of what is said today about how life is conceived in ecological sciences and in other contexts when it is conceived as process of diversification. So biodiversity is the key concept in the life sciences today. This is extremely interesting, and not only, but symbiosis as well. So symbiosis and diversification are the two cornerstones of the theory today of what life is about. So we have this theory of value that would be based on diversification and symbiotic relations, which seems to be the one underlying the evolution of life on Earth till today, and maybe even of the diversification of matter in the universe. When you see the life cycles of stars, it's part of the same process. And that seems to be exactly the opposite of this more of the same value, which is the type of ideology, and if you want to put it like that, that was born since the Neolithic, the theory of homogeneous accumulation. I was mentioning in my talk the idea that since the Neolithic, we have covered the earth with monocultures of everything. Now, what the long-termists want to do is to expand that same nightmare in the entire cosmos, which is the ultimate delirium. But so what I feel is that this is so contradictory with the logic of the living that for that very reason it cannot have a future, although of course we shouldn't just stay there like hoping it doesn't have a future. We need to fight against it, I guess. But well, just a comment on what you might think about this. I find it extremely nihilistic in the sense of a theory that is proposing just monocultures of the same expanding in the universe is negating the foundations of the theory of life understood as diversification and symbiosis. So, what contradictions, what deep ontological contradictions we find there, and how can, if we reinforce certain discourses there, we could, undermine the foundations of that theory in deep manners more than there are. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's right. Adam Becker, in his recent book titled "More Everything Forever," which is basically an exploration of the TESCREAL ideologies, and it's really good. It's very entertaining. Lots of great counter arguments. He points out at one point that for all of their talk of moral uncertainty, right? So a lot of the people particularly in the more ethically aware or ethically focused corners of the TESCREAL movement, they really care about moral uncertainty. And yet, in practice, I mean, they are hugely influenced by totalist utilitarianism, right? It's all just about like maximizing the total amount of value in the universe across time and space. And so, some of these, so consequently, Becker says that, even though they talk about moral uncertainty, they're basically proposing a project, a cosmic scale project that assumes the veracity of their particular ethical persuasions, right? And so this seems very, I mean, literally they're talking about like trillions of years in the future, millions of light years across, our future light cone, all of those civilizations would be built upon a very particular ethical commitment to something like utilitarianism. I think some of them would reply to your remark by saying, no, actually, we're like all for diversity. It's like whatever maximizes welfare or value in the universe is best, right? And if that means like these civilizations that occupy that exist around different stars in different galaxies, if they're very different from us, then that's great. But my sort of response to this would be, okay, fine. But for you, as a utilitarian, you see diversity as merely a means to an end, right? And because there's one thing that matters on the utilitarian view, and that is maximizing welfare. And so I feel like there is on the one hand, I think the utilitarian view of ethics is it's so one-dimensional, it's so profoundly impoverished. Like I gestured at earlier, it makes no room for concepts like moral integrity, right? If you go work on Wall Street and you can then donate more money to charity, from the utilitarian consequentialist view, you've done the morally right thing. Even if you've sacrificed your moral integrity, that concept just doesn't enter into the picture. So I think that's very problematic. It's one reason that utilitarianism is deeply problematic. And the other thing I would mention here briefly is that utilitarianism, as I alluded to just a moment ago, it embraces and promotes a very specific view about the appropriate response to value, which is to maximize it. Right. Historically, utilitarianism was developed it emerged right alongside capitalism, or at least industrial capitalism. And I don't know if that's a coincidence because they're very similar, right? Capitalists say like you need to maximize productivity to maximize profit. That's the bottom line. For utilitarianism, the bottom line is maximizing moral value in this kind of broader sense, which they typically take to be welfare. It's a term that also is used quite a bit in economics. And so there are many other possible responses to value, like treasuring, cherishing, preserving, sustaining, caring about, loving. These are all other, alternative ways of responding to something that you take to be valuable in the world, rather than just maximizing. Oh, that thing's valuable. Well, let's create 2 instances of that thing. Well, why stop at 2 instances? Let's create 4, and 1 million, and a billion, and so on. So that's this utilitarian view that people are fungible containers of value. We matter as a means to an end. Same with diversity, and consequently, the goal is just to create as many future beings as possible to flood the universe with value. I think it's just a really, really deeply impoverished and philosophically problematic way of thinking about what the future ought to look like. And maybe one last thing to mention here is dovetailing with my point about how impoverished this worldview is. If you look at the literature, and this is one of the reasons that I used to be in the test girl movement. For 10 years, I was like all in on these ideas. I thought they were great, and one of many things that convinced me otherwise was noting, sort of obvious once you realize it, but like when you're immersed in this community, maybe it's what as Orwell said, what's at the tip of your nose is sometimes hard to see. In the literature, there's basically no reference to what the future could or should look like from alternative perspectives, right? From the perspective of like indigenous communities, or the Muslim community, or queerness, disability, feminism, Afrofuturism, and so on. All of these alternative perspectives are just completely neglected, entirely ignored. And so as a result, then, their particular vision of the future, it was crafted almost entirely by super privileged white dudes at the University of Oxford and other elite institutions, and in Silicon Valley. And it just reflects all of their, neoliberal, capitalist, utilitarian tendencies. That's the vision that they have. There's just no serious consideration of these alternative ways of thinking about what the future ought to look like. So for all of these reasons, I think their vision is deeply impoverished. And I think if they were to realize their vision of utopia, I think it would be just an utter catastrophe for most or all of humanity and a complete catastrophe for the entire biological world, which again is superfluous, right? We need to replace it with a new digital world. So I see this is why I say, like, people ask me, like, what are you worried about in terms of global catastrophes? Well, like nuclear conflict is one, also pandemics, maybe AI, climate change is very much up there, and also the test world ideologies.
Great. So yeah, let's.
May I thank you, Emil, for your presentation. I would like just to enter into discussion on one specific kind of topic, because I have, at least as far as I know, the thought of Steve Fuller, I would interpret it differently, because it depends, of course, how we understand humanity. Yes, it's here is the main thing. Yes, either we define humanity through the pertainance to Homo sapiens species, or we define humanity basing on a certain set of values. And this is the way Fuller wants to do. This is the basis for him to extend the notion of humanity towards humanity plus, in order to embrace more different kind of beings that anyway I think that is kind of resonating in different ways or in different language with making this interspecies kinships that we were discussing today from the other side, because he is thinking of embracing a larger part than just Homo sapiens individuals. Yes, of course, that he is basing more on the kind of enlightenment values and the ones that are connected to the understanding of Christianity, but generally I wouldn't agree that he's like for extinction of the humanity. He's for broadening the concept of humanity, the outside of Homo sapiens species that anyway today it was hardly criticized as Homo sapiens species as being egocentrical, multiplying in an extensive way, aggressive and so forth, that we would like to limit this kind of actions, and tendencies. So then rather not to base on this what is comes from instincts of Homo sapiens species, yes, but rather again thinking through the values. And even here, yes, of course, like trying to sit into in the bodies and making the kinships and so forth in the entanglements with the environment. We don't want just to focus on the on Homo sapiens sapiens that is problematic throughout the last hundreds of years. So generally, I would rather think that for Fuller it wouldn't be the extinction, but again rather kind of mutation, extension of the notion of humanity. And although yes, he thinks in his books, recent Nietzschean meditations, he proposes that if we are supposed to live forever, right? Yes, so then we should have the kind of moral demand of committing suicide at a certain point. But then he's again thinking of that generational change, about the mutation of the transformation of life in order not to keep it stable and mobile. So there is this. I am not claiming here the others, but I am kind of exchange of the ideas with the Fuller. And although I don't agree with him fully on many things, but I wouldn't just that easily claim that he's for extinction. And although we might claim that he can deal with this, limiting of existence of Homo sapiens species, but then yes, we have got this. Maybe we are trying to mutate to the kind of meta-human way. Yes, in order to trespass the problems that Homo sapiens individuals brought with their, extensive multiplication and exploitation of the world. So I just wanted to bring this as a kind of topic. Yes, thank you. But thank you very much. I really appreciate your talk.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the comment. Yeah, this is really good. So I would say a few things. One is, of the people I mentioned or have written about, Steve Fuller's work, I am not, relatively speaking, I am not that conversant with it. I've read, some of his papers and books. I met him, a few years ago and had a really nice conversation. My understanding, so correct me if I'm wrong in email or the comments or whatever, but I mean, he uses the term economics of death, right? So he advocates for economics of death, whereby humanity 1.0 could be sacrificed for the creation of humanity 2.0. The thing I would want to immediately add to that is, if I'm understanding his position wrong, I think then I accept that and apologize if I have misconstrued what he says. But I would say that the general point is still true. I mean, there are tons of people in this community who are explicit. The AI accelerationists are perhaps the most overt about their advocation of the eventual elimination of our, because what matters to them is extending the light of consciousness. And when you ask them, does that mean that our species needs to stick around? The answer is no, clearly not. In fact, it'd be much better for us to become digital. In fact, we're probably not going to be able to colonize space if we're not digital beings, right? Because space is just a really hostile environment for squishy biological creatures like us. And so the other thing I would say is, I personally find it unjustifiably utopian to think that we can somehow engineer our way out of the predicament that we've created, right? And so, what do I mean by engineer our way out? Well, there are a bunch of different ways we could, a bunch of different sort of broad strategies for re-engineering the world. One is to target the external environment, right? The other is to turn inwards and re-engineer ourselves. And so I hear at least some of the transhumanists advocating for the latter view. Like, yes, climate change is a disaster, but that's all the more reason why we need to become post-human, right? Because then we can become much wiser and more intelligent and consequently more responsible with respect to the biosphere. And I find this to just be unjustifiably utopian. I wrote many years ago about the paradox of transhumanism. Maybe there's a better term for it. And since then, numerous people have contacted me and said, "Oh, I've got this idea." And I'm like, that's exactly what I wrote about a while ago. So I know a bunch of people have converged on this idea that it could very well be the case that there is a paradox. The sort of wisdom and sagacity that we imagine our post-human descendants having might not be able to, it might not be possible for us to create post-humans who have those degrees of wisdom and sagacity without ourselves first having that kind of wisdom and sagacity, right? There are many different paths to some kind of post-human being. Only some of them are desirable. It might be the case that we are just not, clever enough or wise enough or judicious enough to identify that small subsection of paths to post-humanity that we have to follow for the outcome to ultimately be good, right? I hope this makes sense. So, I think
yes, of course that
Yeah.
makes.
Okay.
Just would say that Fuller is entering into the dialogue with many guys that are talking about engineering humans, but he himself is not for it. Purses for it. Yes, thinking how to engineer us in order to get away, the suffering or aggressive side and this and so and so. However, I'm not saying that he is completely not dangerous, Fuller, but he's rather thinking about engineering our knowledges. Yes, as he's the direct pupil of Kuhn. Yes, and he's developing these ideas of social epistemology, now also global social epistemology. So I hear, as you are talking about this post-truth propaganda and fake news, I would say go deeper. It is about the constructing worldviews on the global level and implementing them. So he is engineering on this level, and this is how we should understand the world and ourselves. Although, but he is conversant with the others on this biological level, although it is not his point explicitly. But yes, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. I really appreciate that comment.
Yeah, I think we can bring Joaquin, if you are in the background and you want to join, and Ramona, I think, left, but because Joaquin has put, the other speaker has put a few comments in the chat in YouTube and also in the private one. But unless you prefer me to read them, Joaquin, if you want to jump in, I can, when you put your camera, I can bring you into, well, meanwhile, I can read it. Okay, he said I should read. So let's see, because there are comments here and in the public chat. The ones in the public chat, the recent ones are: to what extent can everything be pragmatically reduced to three approaches? I will put it visible. A pan-computationalist software view, a physicalist hardware perspective, and a biological approach. This is one of the three question comments. If you want to react to that, Emil,
Yeah, sure. I guess my immediate question would be, what exactly do you see? I know this is difficult because you're commenting in the not live here. What exactly is the difference between the first two? Right. So I understand that sort of pan-computational software approach, physics hardware approach. I mean, those seem to be like combined. I mean, a lot of people in this community, you know, they're physicalists. They have a computationalist view of the nature of consciousness and minds and so on. So, you know, our consciousness, all of the mental properties of our brains are reducible ultimately to just patterns of information processing. So if you replicate the sorts of, you know, the general functional organization of the brain, then you can create a mind on computer hardware. So those first two seem to be very similar. The biological approach is, I guess, that would describe kind of my view. I mean, what I bracketed in this short talk is like all of my critiques of Homo sapiens, right? So I've been like advocating for Homo sapiens. I think there are lots of things to say about how. Lots of things to say that perhaps align with what some radical environmentalists have had to say about the nature of our species. My view is that if there are going to be creatures in the future, I think that it would be much better if they were members of our species than post-human beings. I think we're going to completely ruin we are going to fail to create post-human beings that are in fact superior to us, and rather you know, the whole eugenic project of creating post-humanity, I think is going to produce a situation that is actually much worse. And also, it's entirely possible. There are a lot of people in this community who think like, oh, if we create post-humans, you know, they're going to be much more quote unquote intelligent, wiser, and so on. So the probability of existential risk is going to go down. I don't see a good argument for that at all. I think we create post-humanity, then you know, beings that are genuinely more clever than us and more scientifically, technologically capable, that they're just going to introduce new existential risks that they're not going to know how to solve. So I don't see the situation getting better. I don't see an obvious reason why the situation would get better if we create post-humanity.
Yeah, the second was, isn't this ultimately collapsing into a computationalist, functionalist ideology? And if so, isn't that a poor or perhaps even metaphysical choice?
Yeah, so I would agree with this. And this is in fact what I was trying to gesture at before, is there is this physicalist, computationalist, functionalist view of the world and of human minds. And the best book, I've been meaning to reread this because it's not fresh in my mind, but I recall the best book I've read on this being Susan Levin's book called Posthuman Bliss. I think, if I remember correctly, part of it is an ideological or philosophical critique of transhumanism, but another big chunk of the book is actually making a scientific case for why the sorts of technologies that TESCREALists want to develop are not, in fact, feasible, right? So it's actually not going to be easy, if it's even possible in the first place, to implant brain chips so that we can, you know, merge our brains with AI, like what Elon Musk is trying to do with his neural lace being developed by Neuralink. It's probably not the case that our brains are just reducible to mere information that can be encoded in binary code. So maybe it's just not even possible for us to upload our minds in the first place. All of those arguments seem plausible to me, and I would say even just watching like the trajectory of development of these large language models that are powering Gemini and ChatGPT, et cetera, I have become more and more skeptical about the scientific plausibility of the entire transhumanist project. So maybe computationalism, maybe functionalism, like, I don't know, maybe those views aren't right, and there is a kind of biological understand that the biological theory of the nature of conscious experience, maybe that is ultimately true, and therefore mind uploading is not going to be possible. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and this final comment from Joaquin, I do question whether this utilitarian functionalism is truly justified and its implications may go beyond what we can currently conceive.
Yeah. So a few things come to mind. One is, if it wasn't clear, I really don't like utilitarianism. I just think it's, there's a philosopher at Oxford named Roger Crisp, and I really hope I'm not misremembering the quote from a talk that he actually gave at the Ethics of Human Extinction reading group that I host. And he said utilitarianism is like, it is a crazy view if your claim is that our sole moral obligation, the only thing that matters ethically, is the maximization of value. But that idea that value, should be maximized, at least in particular circumstances, like, that's a perfectly fine idea. I would also agree with that. Like, there are some circumstances in which, we should, maximize the amount of good that we do in the world. But this idea that you could reduce the entire domain of morality to this one single claim, that in all circumstances, no matter what, across space and time, you do something morally right if and only if your actions maximize value compared to the alternative actions that you could have taken. So I find that to be a deeply, deeply problematic view. And also, it's, another thing that I didn't mention is that, if you look at the history of apocalyptic / utopian movements that became violent, a lot of them had two ideas at the core of their ideologies. One was, of course, this utopian vision of the future, whereby the future is marked by infinite, or long-termists would say astronomical, amounts of value. And then the other is a broadly utilitarian, ends justify the means mode of moral reasoning, right? When you put those together, you have everything you need for true believers to justify in their own minds extreme measures to bring about utopia, right? Because if the ends can justify the means, and the ends are a literal utopia in which we live forever, we're all perfectly happy, we build a heaven among the literal heavens, and so on, then what is off the table? Right. So this is another reason that I really don't like utilitarianism, because it sets up this kind of pernicious calculus whereby, like, maybe like, a little bit of murder or like some genocide and so on actually is completely warranted in order to protect and preserve and ultimately realize this utopian future that's marked by, enormous amounts of value. So there, to summarize, there are, I think, just so many different perspectives on the TESCREAL ideologies that lead to the same conclusion. These ideologies are no good. We should resist them, and they could potentially be, very dangerous, not just for our own species and our flourishing in the future, but the biological world more generally. I hope that kind of answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, just as a reminder, the writings that I have put previously by Emil on the chat are actually listed on the website of the 5th Metahuman Futures Forum amongst the suggested readings. So for anyone who wants to expand on it, also the book on history, philosophies of extinction that you brought out in Routledge, so you can find it there to expand on this. I mean, this is a massively important. Can you please just one moment remind the title of the book you were mentioning previously on the that was claiming that with 15 degrees we can still have agriculture?
Yeah, so that's called What We Owe the Future by What We Owe the Future.
What We Owe the Future. Okay.
Yeah, published in 2022 by William McCaskill. And it's, in many ways, it's kind of an astonishing manuscript. I mean, he makes a bunch of claims that are just really wild and bizarre. Like he says, the biggest threat, one of the biggest threats is economic stagnation, right? It's really important that we keep feeding the engines of the economy so that GDP grows and so on. And he says, like he's therefore really worried about population decline, right? Global population decline. But he says, don't worry, because, maybe even if people continue to not have as many children as is necessary to benefit the economy, then maybe we can just, we'll literally genetically design babies in test tubes, in test tubes, or we'll just create AGIs that will replace human workers and so on. So it's just this really weird, like digital eugenics vision of the future. So yeah.
I mean, one of the things that I think we can add to the worry that you are sharing with us is that, of course, and I mean, Musk is a perfect example. All these, as you're saying, crazy theories that have very little foundation when you scratch in them, but they feed upon human supremacist beliefs very easily, and so they can very easily be feeding disinformation machinery.
Yeah.
Which of course is owned by the very people who are disseminating the theories, as clearly, for example, in the case of Elon Musk.
Yeah.
So when we put both things together, there it gets really scary. When we have the long-termists owning the media that spread the disinformation, a disinformation that is very well feeding onto the human supremacist beliefs that most of us have been born with, and that we find such difficulty in deconstructing in such minoritarian ways.
Yeah.
And instead, these outrageous fallacies, which I think also expose a deep cosmological ignorance. I mean, this idea of traveling in unimaginable time-space scales, which are the time spans of the whole evolution of the universe so far, pretending that the species won't have transformed 1,000 or 1,000,000 times in that very process of traveling, which is just simply ridiculous to think. So the degree of cosmological ignorance that one finds in these ideas, plus this fascism of the homogeneity that is embedded in the worldviews of this expansion of the digital human. And if you put all these things together, but then you realize that these feed very well the machines of disinformation, that is really much more problematic, right? So it goes together.
I call it vector-fascism.
Yeah. Oftentimes, at the end of like podcasts or interviews that I do, people ask like, what gives you hope? What makes you optimistic? And I'm like, I don't know, not much. Like it does seem like a really bad situation. I can't imagine, but my view, I mean, we were talking about this before. It seems to me that the probability of human extinction whereby every human perishes, that seems pretty low. I think, we would survive a nuclear conflict. I think we would survive catastrophic climate change, maybe not a runaway greenhouse effect scenario. But, lots of the global catastrophes, it seems like we'll survive. That being said, I find it really difficult to imagine how civilization doesn't collapse, in the coming decades, definitely within this century. I mean, there's just so many people who are gonna die, and there's so many systems, economic and ecological and so on, that are gonna collapse. It just looks very, very bleak for me. So I sometimes think about a quote from a comedian named Frankie Boyle, who says, "I have a message for the young people out there. Don't worry about the future. It will be so short." So.
Well, we were mentioning here before, and my proposal is that maybe only those will survive, depending on the type of catastrophe coming up, of course, who will relearn to live with the flows of the earth, with other species and so forth. So maybe just a few of the still existing gatherer-hunter communities, and a few metahumans who relearn to live a bit like gatherer-hunters, or just gatherers for a while, and so forth. And maybe this is a last comment with you is nice because you were mentioning me your whole full circle, like from anarcho-primitivism to entering full with the transhumanists, working hand in hand with them, and then now radically criticizing them. And so, well, how do you feel about this? These proposals we're launching here sometimes, and then how do they resonate with your trajectory, with having been so close to those ideologies, but then coming from somewhere else and then now ending somewhere else as well?
Yeah, I think there's something to it. I think the metahuman idea is really, really interesting. I mean, I'm still, in real time, like working through these ideas. I like something that you said before. Well, one of the things you said before was like maybe there's a different definition of long-termism, which is that there's a different definition of long-termism that focuses on sustainability and maybe a smaller human population, so on. I like that idea. Yeah. Yes, and I'm upset that the long-termists took that word because it's a very useful word. But the other thing I would say, another thing that you said, which I like, is maybe the sort of like hunter-gatherer communities of the future, like they're not going to be exactly like the ones that existed in the past, right? Because we have obliterated the biosphere, and we're in this sixth mass extinction event. Life is surely, I think, going to bounce back, like it has, after the Great Dying, after the extinction event that happened 66 million years ago, and so on. It's going to take a long time, and so consequently, like we need to figure out. Because I think civilizational collapse is like pretty likely. Maybe we need to figure out some way of living in harmony, maybe in smaller groups with the biosphere as we will be leaving it. That is novel, right? There isn't really a perfect template in the past because our hunter-gatherers, like they lived in a much more thriving kind of world than we have created right now. I feel like I could have articulated that a little bit better, but I like that idea. I mean, I think John Zerzan also has this idea of future primitive. I now shy away from the word primitive for various reasons, but the idea that he's referring to, I think maybe there's something to it, that the future version of the past is going to be different.
Yeah, I mean, I never think of it as going backwards, but as undoing this accidental extinction event and regaining the movement of symbiotic mutation with other life forms. So relearning to co-evolve with the rest of the living. It's how I see it, rather than going back. But going back in this case would mean to undo, or just, well, after collapse, try not to redo the grand mistakes of systemic homogenization in the biosphere, which is what I draw down things too. Did you want to intervene? No, sorry. Yeah, so I tried to bring it to that level, and then that's why I say not only hunters, but no, just gatherers, no tools, just body intelligence, because I think that one of the things that took us in this failed direction was this systematic exosomatization, which ended up being serial homogenizing. And then the more we externalize ourselves, the more we alienated ourselves from our own body, moving with the world. And I think this is part of my proposal, right? So to really develop completely new ways of being in the world, cognitively, perceptually, kinesthetically. Without that, we wouldn't undergo the mutation that would prevent the grand mistakes from returning. Now, all of this, of course, hoping that indeed Musk and Trump don't survive in their space stations, because then nothing in the universe, or so locally, at least on the Earth, will regenerate. But because they epitomize such a contrary logic to the logic of the living, I also very much hope that they won't have this chance. So they should certainly get extinct in their logic.
Maybe the word will flourish, and then later they will come again as virus, and the cycle will repeat. But I would like, I cannot stay with this calm, and I would like to go back to utilitarianism that you were talking about. And I am not, I'm not utilitarianist that much, but anyway, like thinking that, what other
ethical proposal you might give, because, for example, if we have got the simplest kind of ethical dilemma, I don't know how it's in English, when we choose either one or few dice, yes, when the carriage goes, then when we don't orient ourselves towards the bigger good, the bigger number of people surviving, but by our care, by the kinship, because this is somebody close to me, because of care, this, I can understand it. Of course, I would do this, perhaps, yes, saving my child rather than, 5 other people. But this also might be problematic generally. And also now you were saying that, the kind of perspective that, not only us would extinct, but also all the life on Earth would be threatened. So you also tend to think like through bigger good, yes? At least it seems somehow. So it is not that easy to get rid of, this kind of utilitarian thinking. Of course, I'm not saying that like to reduce everything to one principle. This, I'm far away from this, but generally to get, to criticize too easily, either.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's very interesting. And also, Jaime, I need to go after this.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Just to thank you on behalf of the Mytilene organizers, okay? Mail for minutas, okay?
Yeah, and just one last thought. So I once again, I really appreciate your comment there. I would say, I would just admit that I don't really have, I don't really embrace in alternative ethical theory as as being the framework in which I think about all of these issues. I guess more than anything, I'm kind of a moral particularist, right? And there are versions of like virtue ethics that are compatible with versions of moral particularism. But I guess my general sort of methodological approach at this point is to try to make sound moral arguments to support claims that I make, all of which are very context specific, right? So it's like, okay, in this, with respect to this particular issue, here is my view. Why is that? Well, here's the particular sort of like moral argument that I would make. And sometimes those arguments are sort of like from the ground up rather than the top down. And so another way to put this is I have like it's not just skepticism about utilitarianism. I think it's a broader skepticism about the utilizing of high-level moral theories to then determine how we ought to act in a wide variety of different circumstances, right? So that's what utilitarians do. That's certainly what long-termists do when it comes to their prescriptions for space colonization and so on. We have this big picture. We have this obligation to maximize value. How do we do that? Well, we survive for as long as possible on Earth. Even more, we go out and colonize space. Even more, we become digital beings, because you could cram more digital beings per volumetric unit of space than you can biological beings, right? So all of these things follow from accepting kind of high level theory. So it's kind of that general approach that I find to be problematic, and I try to eschew in my own writing, and prefer oftentimes a more moral particularist, maybe bottom up approach to thinking about these issues. So in a sense, that's unsatisfying, because there is something really nice about having like saying, okay, here's my theory and it accounts for everything. But I just agree with a lot of moral particularists that the moral universe is so complicated and so nuanced, and that there just aren't some finite set of principles that can direct you and guide you in every possible circumstance. I hope that makes sense. So it's a yeah. I once again appreciate the comment.
Yeah, very quickly before I know you have to leave, but so with a Metahuman proposal, I throw out a very simple principle which might work. I'm sharing it more and more, but it's an indetermination principle, which means let's not impose movement on others. Let's create less deterministic worlds of relations. So the more we determine, the more problematic. So it's an ecological, relationalist perspective for ethics. So we can work on that maybe in the future.
Yeah, that
so
sounds
thank
fascinating.
you. It's been fabulous. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your time. And well, I think it's been a fabulous discussion, and we hope to keep the conversation going and have you also in future events.
Thanks for inviting me, and thank you for all your really excellent questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
So, shall we end the streaming then, or you want to finalize some conversations here on the day? We go for the vegan dinner of the conference. So the people online, goodbye for today, and see you tomorrow in the third session. Thank you, everyone. We will end the streaming now.